Good morning and welcome to Round the Globe on Aneke TV. First, let's look at stories making the headlines. President Tinubu swears in new service chiefs, orders immediate results on security. Aneke declares 8 new political parties after screening exercise. Borno State launches plastic factory, begins exports to Chad and Cameroon. Niger State assures readiness for local government posts despite security threats. United States, India signed 10-year defense pact to counter China's regional influence. Syria's new president launches sweeping anti-corruption drive. Keiko Fujimori declares 4th presidential bid in Peru's 2026 election. I am Aneke. Now the news in details. President Bola Tinubu has charged Nigeria's new service chiefs to deliver decisive results in the fight against insecurity, stressing that his administration expects action, not excuses. Speaking at the decoration ceremony in Abuja, the president directed the military leadership to confront armed groups across the country with renewed energy and precision. He said national security remains the foundation for Nigeria's progress and warned that development cannot thrive where peace is uncertain. The president noted that despite ongoing efforts against insurgency and kidnapping, emerging threats demand new strategies and stronger interagency cooperation. Tinubu reaffirmed his government's commitment to supporting the armed forces with resources and welfare, saying Nigerians must begin to see visible improvements in safety and stability. Newly appointed Chief of Defense Staff General Olufemi Oluyede pledged loyalty to the Commander-in-Chief and promised to lead a disciplined and effective force. He was joined by Lieutenant General Wahidi Shaibu as Chief of Army Staff, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas as Chief of Naval Staff, and Air Marshal Sunday Aneke as Chief of Air Staff. Major General Emmanuel Ondindeye retained his position as Chief of Defense Intelligence. The Independent National Electoral Commission, Aneke, has confirmed that 8 of the 14 political associations seeking registration have successfully completed all documentation and screening requirements. Aneke's National Commissioner for Information and Voter Education, Sam Olumekun, announced the development after a meeting of the Commission in Abuja. He listed the successful groups as the All Democratic Alliance, Citizens Democratic Alliance, Abundant Social Party, African Alliance Party, Democratic Leadership Alliance, Green Future Party, National Democratic Party, and People's Freedom Party. According to him, the screening process followed a briefing session held in September where pre-qualified associations were directed to upload necessary documents via a dedicated online portal. He said the process has been transparent and strictly guided by the Electoral Act. Olumekun noted that the Commission is still reviewing submissions from the remaining associations, adding that registration of new political parties will continue to follow due diligence to ensure only credible and viable parties are approved ahead of future elections. In Borno State, Governor Babagana Zulum has commissioned the revived Borno Plastic Factory, marking a new phase in the state's industrial recovery and regional trade expansion. During the inauguration ceremony in Maiduguri's industrial area, Governor Zulum said the factory will not only serve local demand, but also export plastic products to neighboring Chad and Cameroon. He described the initiative as a bold step towards reducing dependence on federal allocations and reviving the state's economy through manufacturing. Originally established under former Governor Kashim Shettima, the factory had remained inactive for years before its rehabilitation under a public-private partnership with Tata Bear Global Services. The company now oversees production, marketing, and export operations. Governor Zulum praised the project as a model for industrialization and youth empowerment, noting that it has created hundreds of new jobs. He expressed optimism that similar projects across the state will strengthen local industries and attract investors to Borno. The Niger State Independent Electoral Commission, NCEC, says it is fully prepared to conduct tomorrow's local government elections despite security challenges in some areas. Chairman of the Commission, Jibril Imam, gave the assurance while briefing journalists in Mina. He said all logistics, including boats and vehicles, have been provided to ensure election materials reach riverine and remote communities on time. Imam revealed that more than 5,000 ad hoc staff have been trained and deployed to about 4,950 polling units across the 25 local government areas of the state. He explained that elections will cover both councillorship and chairmanship positions. He assured the security agencies are working closely with the Commission to maintain peace throughout the process. Imam also appealed to political parties and candidates to respect the peace accord signed earlier this week to ensure credible and violence-free exercise. The 10th leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has filed a fresh motion before the Federal High Court in Abuja, seeking the dismissal of all charges against him and his immediate release. In the motion dated October 30, 2025, Kanu argued that there is no valid charge against him under any existing Nigerian law, describing the current charges as a nullity for lacking legal foundation. Kanu, who is representing himself, filed a motion under Sections 1, subsection 3, Section 6, subsection 6, paragraph B, and Section 32, subsection 12 of the 1999 Constitution, alongside provisions of the Evidence Act 2011 and the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022. He maintained that the prosecution relied on repealed laws, including the Family Customs and Excise Management Act and the old Terrorism Prevention Act, both of which have been replaced by newer statutes. The IPOB leader argued that trying him on the repealed laws violates Section 36, subsection 12 of the Constitution, which forbids prosecution for offences not defined by an existing law. Citing the Supreme Court's earlier decision in FRN versus Kanu, he insisted that courts must take judicial notice of repealed statutes, stressing that failure to do so renders the precedents invalid. Kanu also claimed that the alleged offences occurred in Kenya contrary to Section 76 of the TPPA 2022, which requires validation by Kenyan authorities before trial in Nigeria. He therefore urged the court to strike out the charges entirely and direct the prosecution to respond on point of law within 3 days, with a ruling delivered by November 4, 2025. And this news broadcast is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Aneke approves 8 new political parties after screening exercise. Niger State confirms readiness for local government polls despite security concerns. Governor Aneke reaffirms confidence ahead of 2026 Osun governorship election. And coming up shortly in the news, United States and India sign 10-year defense pact to counter China's influence. Syria's new president begins aggressive crackdown on corruption. Keiko Fujimori declares 4th presidential bid in Peru's 2026 elections. Please stay with us.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
You're still watching Round the Globe on Aneke TV. Now we move to the foreign scene. The United States and India have signed a 10-year defense cooperation pact aimed at strengthening military ties and countering China's growing influence in Asia. The agreement was sealed during a regional defense summit in Malaysia, where U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth met with his Chinese and Indian counterparts. Hegseth reaffirmed Washington's commitment to safeguarding its interests in the Indo-Pacific, warning China against actions that could destabilize the region. He highlighted concerns over increased tensions in the South China Sea and around Taiwan. The defense pact covers technology, sharing, joint exercises, and intelligence cooperation, signaling a deeper U.S.-India partnership despite ongoing trade frictions. Hegseth also held side meetings with defense ministers from Indonesia, the Philippines and Thailand to boost coordination among Southeast Asian allies. Malaysia, hosting the summit, criticized China's grey zone maneuvers as provocative and harmful to regional sovereignty. Syria's new president, Ahmed al-Shara, has launched a sweeping anti-corruption campaign aimed at breaking from the legacy of the Assad era. During a leadership meeting in Idlib, President Shara condemned top officials who arrived in luxury convoys, ordering them to surrender their vehicles for investigation. He warned that anyone found exploiting their office for personal gain would face serious punishment. In an unprecedented move, the president shut down his own brother's business office in Damascus, signaling that his anti-graft crusade would spare no one, not even family members. Observers say Shara's credibility depends on his ability to curb corruption and restore public confidence. However, analysts caution that the new administration still faces widespread bribery and black market dealings that may challenge its reform agenda. In South America, Peruvian opposition leader Keiko Fujimori has announced her fourth run for the presidency ahead of the country's April 2026 election. Her decision follows a ruling by the Constitutional Court, dropping long-standing money laundering charges against her. The development clears the way for her to once again lead the Popular Force Party into the polls. Fujimori, the daughter of former President Alberto Fujimori, has come close to victory 3 times, most recently in 2021, when she narrowly lost to Pedro Castillo, who was later removed from office after an attempted coup. This campaign will be her first since her father's death in 2024, as she seeks to rebuild her family's political influence and position herself as a stabilizing alternative to Peru's turbulent leftist politics. Violence has erupted across Tanzania following Wednesday's general election, with opposition parties alleging widespread rigging and voter intimidation. Protests broke out in several major cities, including Dar es Salaam, Dodoma, and Mwanza, as demonstrators clashed with security forces. Reports say at least 2 people have been killed near the Kenyan border as police used tear gas and live rounds to disperse crowds. Opposition leaders accused the ruling party of manipulating results to secure President Samia Hassan's re-election. Official figures show her winning by a wide margin, with some regions recording over 90% of the vote. Authorities have since imposed a curfew in Dar es Salaam and restricted internet access nationwide. Amnesty International has condemned the government's response, describing it as a serious threat to democratic freedoms. Now we head over to the world of business. The federal government has suspended plans to introduce a 5% fuel surcharge until the economy improves. Chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, Taiwo Oyedele, said the levy was designed to fund road maintenance projects but will not be implemented until inflation eases and the naira stabilizes. He explained that introducing the charge at this time would increase financial pressure on citizens already struggling with high transport and energy costs. Oyedele emphasized the reforms under review aim to simplify Nigeria's tax system, eliminate multiple levies, and provide incentives for small businesses. Under the new tax framework, transport companies earning below 100 million naira annually will exempt from company income tax, while eligible operators will receive VAT refunds and other reliefs to boost business growth. In sports, the Senator Abiru Mixed Team Table Tennis Championship has served off at the Teslim Balogun Stadium in Lagos, with over 150 players from 30 clubs across Africa in attendance. The 3-day competition, featuring teams from Nigeria, Togo and Benin Republic, carries a prize pool of 5.5 million naira and marks Africa's first mixed team tournament in the sport. Organized by Senator Mukail Abiru, the event seems to promote youth development, gender inclusion and teamwork through sport. President of the African Table Tennis Federation, Eniton Oshodi, commended Abiru's vision and support for emerging talent. Nigeria Table Tennis Federation President Adesoji Tayo described the tournament as a launchpad for the 2025 World Mixed Team Cup and the 2028 Olympic Games, calling it a unifying moment for African table tennis. In the world of entertainment, Grammy-winning artist Sierra has returned to Lagos for a cultural celebration marking 15 years of Lagos Fashion Week. The American superstar toured some of the city's most iconic landmarks, including Balogun Market and the Terra Culture Art Gallery, where she danced to Afrobeat rhythms in a striking blue Adire gown. Sierra praised Lagos for its creativity, describing it as a cultural heartbeat of Africa and a growing destination for global art and fashion. She recalled her first visit in 2016 for the Love Like a Movie concert and said the city has since transformed with better roads, vibrant art spaces and renewed energy. Her homecoming, according to organizers, highlights Lagos emergence as a world-class hub for fashion, music and tourism, further cementing its reputation as Africa's creative capital. And that's all around the globe. But before we end around the globe, a look at the main points. President Tinubu swears in new service chiefs, tasked them with delivering swift security results. United States and India signed 10-year defense pact to strengthen military cooperation amid China tensions. Governor Aneke expresses confidence ahead of the 2026 Osun governorship election. Tanzania rocked by protests as opposition rejects presidential poll results. That's the Aneke TV news at 9 a.m. For more news and live updates, please follow us on all social media platforms on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidema Sogwa, I am Amaka Nichi. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, I'm Bebra Wakoba. I am Chidemike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Hello, I'm Bebra Wakoba. I am Chidemike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called goro, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days, Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ibai. Ekele mu. Ojo kwani eji gondo. Ndo ana atoka. Onye ana nke ya no na agwo. Ibai adino. Ogologo ndo. Aruke. Ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya. Na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya. N'elufuta nwuru ya. Ịmara na nsogbu riri. Ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị. Chukwu okike. Onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene gị. Na-ekene gị maka tata na-ayọ maka echi. Maka na ọsọ maka ebe echi anyị ma mara. Na ya dịka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ. Na ihe ya adịla anyị mma. Ndị be anyị onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jipụtara anyị na-ere nke
na mbụ ọja m na-asị ekekele ụwa na ọkwa ọja ekenekwa gị na eluigwe na ala na-ekene gị na urukpuru na kpakpando na-ekene gị na ugwu na ndịna na-ekene gị maka ka onye si eme ka ekwe si akpụ ya ka onye si eme ka ọja si akpụ ya ihe a bụ Aneke TV.
Ibai. Ekele m. Ọjụ kwara ihe eji agọ ndụ. Ndụ a na-atọka. Onye anabara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adị nọ. Ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịrụfụta nwere ya ịmara na nsogbu riri ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene gị na-ekele maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya mara na ya dịka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịla anyị mma ọ ya dịla onye ọbụla mma ịdịkwazị ọgbaghị nọ ya ahịa na-anọdụ n'ala Igbo eke oyi nkwọ awụ ndị be anya onwekwara ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere nke
na be anyị amechi na ọ bụ ọkụ na anọ anyị adawo aga ọjị a na-awa ha abịa ji na ọjị n'aka ịkya na a na-agụ ya a na-eji ọjị n'aka nri ana m erachi ihe kere ihe na ihe wara ihe Chineke nna kere enu ke ana m akpọkụ ndị ezigbo mmadụ niile nọchawọrọ ndụ na amechi ọkụ na anọ na anụ ọkụ na anọ na anụ Nkanụ na anụ Nta Egbe na-ese na anụ Enugu steeti na-asị biko na ọ bụ ha metere ihe ọma ka anyị na-asị ha gbadata ha bịa tara ọjị anyị na-asị eke ka eke ketere anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị ahwọ ka ahwọ ghọtara anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị nkwọ ka nkwọ kwọtara anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị orie ka orie rutere anyị ihe ọma ihe ndị a niile ka anyị na-arịọ nna sị ka ị bịa mere anyị wetere anyị udo n'ala Igbo wetere anyị udo n'ala Naịjirịa wetere anyị ịhụnanya wetere anyị ọganihu wetere anyị ihe niile bụ ihe na-eme obodo adịmma nna biko ihe ndị a ka anyị na-arịọ kwetewo na imewere anyị karịa ka anyị rịọrọ n'ịhwa Chineke nna kere enu ka ana bụ Chukwu okike abịama
ndị be anyị ọjị abịa anyị na-ekene osebụrụ ụwa ekene Chukwu okike nna ketara anyị oge kere igwe ka anyị na-ata ọjị anyị chọrọ iwe ọjị ị na-awa n'otu awa n'ibe asị ka ị goziela anyị taa ka ihe ọma hụkwa gwute anyị na-akpọku ndị nna nna anyị ha bụ abụ ndị mere ọhụma goziela ya eke gozie orie gozie nkwọ mee ka ndị ọbụla na-agagharị na-achọghị ha ga-eri mee ọhụma na ndị sokwa ụzọ ọtọ ndị kwụkwara ụzọ na-eje n'ụzọ kwụrụ ọtọ soro ka iwu Chukwu ji wee dị Chukwu na anyị siri ka anyị wụọ gị a tata nde udo na ọgụ na aga m n'ihu ka ọ dịrị anyị mma ndewo anyị na-ewepụta ile ọjị na-egosi ụmụnna anyị okenye na-awa ọjị ndị ọzọ na-awa ọjị na-ele enye ile ọjị nsọfụrụ maka na ebe a ọ na ile ọjị a ka eji ama eziokwu iweta ọjị onye ọzọ na-asa ile ọ ga-eji na-ekwu eziokwu onye sara ile weta ile ọjị were na-ekpe ekpere were na-aga ọhọ ọ ga-ekwuneta eziokwu ọjị a anyị na-enye nsọfụrụ ọjị lụọ ịnọ otu a ata ya o ruo ise atakwa ya mana ọ bido ruo na asaa ịma na ị ga-egbu anụ ị ga-egbu ọkụkọ
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Ofatu, and a very special morning to everyone watching today. You're tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV, your trusted morning companion and your favorite buddy. I am Deborah Wakaba, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Whether you're at your desk, in traffic, making breakfast, or just relaxing, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful Friday morning. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate Debbie. And thank God it's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday, yes. It's Friday 31st, 2025, and it's the last day of the month of October 2025. And of course, it's another bright and new edition of Sunrise on Aneke TV. And also, we have that special lined up newspaper review, our trending stories, and of course, that special Sunrise vibe to help us through the day.
So, get comfy, grab that cup of coffee or tea, or just let the sunshine in, because the sunrise is here.
Yes, and coming up shortly, we'll kick things off with our quote of the day, with words that are inspiring, words that are thoughtful for us to stay more focused and well-driven, and also to get us through the rest of our day.
And right after that, we'll go straight into the top headlines of today. From our newspaper reports, every key update you need will be shared hot and tasty.
Yes, we'll also give you a full weather report covering southeast, and also to keep us dry or comfortable before stepping out, or if we've stepped already, is to help us throughout the day.
And later we'll wrap things up with today's global observance or celebrations to lift your spirit.
Yes, and now let's move over to our morning show inspiration segment. And also, here's something to inspire us today. A powerful quote coming from Simon Sinek. And in his quote, he says, "A team is not a group of people that work together. A team is a group of people that trust each other." I'll take that again, coming from Simon Sinek. He says, "A team is not a group of people that work together. A team is a group of people that trust each other." Now thinking about this for a minute, many people can work side by side, sharing tasks and chasing deadlines, but that doesn't automatically make them a team. What really makes a team strong is trust, the confidence that your colleague has your back, and that they will be honest, dependable, and supportive even when things get tough. So Simon Sinek reminding us, or is trying to remind us, that without trust, teamwork is just coordination, not collaboration. But with trust, you get unity, creativity, and shared success. So whether at work, in school, or even in our families, let's remember teamwork starts with trust. We all know what having a group of people in one team means. It means that what it's trying to actually tell us is that when your team, when it's called a team, is if you people trust each other, if you trust one another, like your colleagues, for example, or your classmates, or your family. Having this trust actually for one another is what makes a good team, and not just collaboration, not just calling yourselves, or not just coordinating yourself or calling yourself a team, but when you have trust for one another, you find out that that is called a true team, that you have each other's back, that through thick and thin, you can actually stand together. Mr. Uche, I'd like to know your thoughts on this quote coming from Simon Sinek.
Debbie, this is a very good motivational quote from Simon Sinek talking about the team. You know, everything in life is about team. There's this saying I remember. They say if you want to go fast, you should go alone,
okay,
right? But if you want to go far, then you need to have a team.
Okay,
go in a group, right? So this is quite apt for not just as a team in the family, as a team in the workplace, as a team in your business, wherever you find yourself. Pulling together is the key thing.
Yeah.
And like you've rightly pointed out, the key word there is trust. That ability to trust in your team is what makes the difference.
Yeah.
With that, you can go far. So, and I now remember there's this catchphrase I heard somewhere say, a team, talking about a team, ready to catch it. You understand? That's your team. They are ready to catch any mistake. They are ready to correct that mistake. They are ready to keep things moving, not just an individual, right? So that's what team, the team becomes that safe net, that your buffer. They are watching all over you, not from an angle of pull him down, pull her down. No, from an angle where they would be able to correct any mistake for the team to shine.
Yes.
It's not now the individual shining or taking the glory, but when an individual shines, the team shines better. That's what it's all about. And you did talk about trust being fundamental here. And what is the key factor in trust? Communication, right? The way we communicate equally builds trust more, brings out the best in a team. So Debbie, yes, team, when you have collaboration, you understand, that's a team, right? That collaboration that comes from a place of what? Trust. Not where you begin to simulate activities, everybody is simulating activity, working independent of each other. No, let's go to the football pitch, for example. For a football team to win a football match, they have to play as a team. Yes. Show me a team that plays individual styles of game and all that, showcasing their individual talent. They end up losing the match. But when they play as a team, you will see a team that is not very well. I wouldn't use the word not well managed, but that is not not at par. It's not at par with the other opposing team, but they have that teamwork. You see them advancing forward. You see them winning their opponents. That's the essence of teamwork. And then in that same field of play, you hear what? Communication. You see every player communicating with one another. That's the role of communication. As they talk, they continue to build confidence in each other. They continue to bring out the best in each other. So the key word to engender that trust is communication without ego. You know, let me bring it to workplace now. Let me move away from the pitch. Coming to workplace, you see, I don't know if you've ever heard this phrase. I have been on this job for 15 years. I have done this for a donkey years. Do you understand? This is the way people communicate. And this is communicating ego. Rather than communicating for purpose, to achieve a greater purpose, you end up communicating self rather than team. Do you understand? And you see that often when you go this path, whoever you're talking to, you know, takes a higher moral ground of defensive nature. The person will not filter in what you're trying to say, because what you're doing is to boost ego. And this is what is prevalent in workplace. Ask questions, research, you see. When you come in, when they are new in tech, you see people telling them that I've been in this organization I've been here for donkey years. This is how we do it. People are no longer receptive to new ideas, new ways of doing things, and advancing a team effort. They want you to stick to that very plan, where the way they've done it over the years, that may have not produced the required or the desired result.
Most of them, sorry, excuse me. Most of them might just say, I've been here for a long time. You don't know what happened, or you don't know what. Now, being in a team actually requires you to carry everybody along. Now, you might be vast, you might be educated in a certain angle, while the other person actually is also educated in his own certain angle. Now, being a team, calling it a team actually is where you have to carry people along, where you have to carry this other person, Mr. A, along. Okay, you be Mr. A, you know this area, this is your area of specialization now, and then why don't you teach B and C how it is being done, not just telling him or her that, okay, you've never done this before, have you worked in this place before, you've never reached this level. Why now? Being in a team, actually, you teach B and C how it is being done, not just saying, taking the knowledge or acknowledging yourself, building your ego, and then when you find out that you teach them, this is where teamwork starts. Yes. Now, this is where trust starts. Now, the person trusts you to actually teach. And not that you're teaching, you're also leading by example. Now you're carrying everybody along. And in that way, carrying everybody along, you're also building them. You're also collaborating and getting together in bringing them forward, in uplifting them. So let us build trust, let us collaborate, let us not only coordinate ourselves, let us come together and create this trust, this bond, like we said yesterday, that we can create a teamwork. Just like Simon Sinek, I'm going to go back to that quote. He says, a team is not a group of people that work together. A team is a group of people that trust each other. And actually, I like this quote about teamwork, where you have to gather together, where a group of people, let's just say work environment, right? The work environment example. Now, you have experience, they employ new people every day, or not even every day, let's say every month. They employ new people every month. Now, you already on ground, you can actually take your time to teach those people what you know. You can take your time to teach them what to do and what is right and what is wrong. Not just saying, this is not how it is done, this is not how it is done. And that way you find out that organization would actually grow.
Yes, you know, if a more experienced individual begin to take the place of mentorship, for the sake of the team, not for the sake of the individual, where you want to showcase your brilliance rather than showcase team effort, the team image, right? Now, if you know that the team is most important, what you do is take a place of mentorship.
Yes.
Begin to, engender trust among the new entrants, the old performers, bring everybody together. The person could be new in a team, but with building ideas that could advance the cause of the team. So what you do is what? They take the place of mentorship. And in mentorship, there is a room for listening, understanding the mentee. You understand? For the sake of the common good. And that's where you talk about supporting each other without reservation. You know what it is? Supporting each other without reservation brings out the best in the team. It could be a player. Now, I'd like to reference, when it comes to teamwork, my best, this is football, where the team players are on the pitch. You understand? You could see a teammate score an own goal. All right? What do you see happens? You will see the keeper that his record has been tainted. But you see him come to pat the player at the back and say, well done, keep on, keep on. And you see all the players rally around that individual. He doesn't feel the press. He doesn't feel down. He puts in more effort. You see that there will be no more own goal. Rather, they may go from that to win. You see where a team member gains a red card, you understand, and is asked to leave the pitch. And you see the 10 men left on the pitch fight for the life of the team and coming out victorious. And that's what team effort is all about. Yes. So the emphasis should be driving towards a shared goal, not an individual goal, where you want to be. In most cases, people want to be the face of the team. They want to be the face that everyone see. Just like what we talked about the other day. People wanting to take the glory, not wanting to pull their sleeve and do the work. They just want to be the face of the finished product, the face of the image of the organization, and not pulling the team to shine. Forgetting that when the team shines, everybody takes in the glory. Everybody takes in the shine. So rather than the individual. So, Debbie, this is quite apt that you brought it out. And it's trust. That's what propels the team forward. And the same thing, we are talking about team, not just at the workplace. The home front too is a team. What's the position of our families today? Go to our family. Do you have that team effort where everybody is pulling for each other's sake, right? I will tell you one experience I had growing up. There's this family that I looked at. They are not very well endowed. Everybody was wondering how these people going to be able to, how they're able to even keep body and soul together as a family. But you see that this very family, where each of the children from that family were graduates, went on to become PhD holders. And how did they do it? You will see 2, 3 working at a point in time, pulling resources together for one person to go to university at that time. And when that person is done, you see a person get a job, one other person goes in. That's team effort for the family. How do you communicate in the family? These are keys. And if we communicate well, put together as a family, you see us advancing forward, advancing further as a family and as a unit, right? So that's team. When you talk about, that's why I told you that this quote is quite apt, because it's applicable in every areas of our life. I've gone to the family. Let's go to the marketplace. You are at a shop, because I like talking about shop because of the...
I think that's where they do teamwork most especially.
So, good. That's where you need it most. Not that you see the boss. When a customer walks in, the boss may not stand up, but you see the boy standing up to attend to the customer. Now, whoever is attending to the customer, he may send the boss on errand. Please, Oga, help me with that tape. Please, Oga, call Nnamdi. That's just call Nnamdi to get to the parking store, even when they don't have a parking store. To go to that parking store and bring on this other brand of this. They may not have a parking store. The boss will now say, Nnamdi, where are you? Or you go to that parking store at line A and get...
goes himself.
Or you go himself to go get it. And you see that team, that collaboration, that teamwork, that trust. And you see, I've witnessed cases where the owner of the shop is discussing with a customer, talking about pricing, you understand? And the boy comes and says, price have changed. This is the new price. Do you understand? And the boss will not be like, you're undermining my effort. I'm the boss, I can determine price. But you see him adjusting and dealing with that information. And he will laugh and say, say, madam, no verse. This is the manager be this. So you understand? So this is team effort. This is collaboration. That is trust at work. So this is quite apt, Debbie.
All right, thank you very much for that. And please, so as you go about your day today, just keep in mind or ask yourself, are we just working with people, or are we trying to build a team where there is trust? And also, please do not forget that in building a team, you have to have trust, and in collaborating with each other, let there be trust, because only when you trust each other, that is when you or the person, that is when you all move ahead, or you all forge ahead. And please let us know what this quote means to you. Don't forget to drop your thoughts on our social media handles across Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, YouTube, all on Aneke TV. And also do not forget to call our phone number 0703-043-7110. We'll be right back. Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at today's weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Yes, I'll be starting off with Awka. In Awka, a mild and cloudy morning awaits Awka residents. Expect mostly cloudy skies throughout the day with a brief chance of light showers earlier on. Temperatures will stay comfortable in the mid-20 degrees Celsius, climbing up later to about the highs of 20s.
Good morning, Coal City. Enugu starts off mostly cloudy and warm. As the day goes on, there's a chance of showers around midday, with temperatures rising into the lows of 30 degrees Celsius.
And in Abakaliki greets you with cloudy skies early on, giving way to some hazy sunshine later in the day. Temperatures will gradually rise to the low 30 degrees Celsius, making for a bright and dry afternoon.
And over to Imo State. Good morning, Owerri. It's a cloudy start to the day in Owerri, with warm and humid conditions. Clouds will linger through the afternoon, and there is a chance of light rain later in the day.
And last in Umuahia, you can expect mostly cloudy weather with warm temperatures building up through the day. There's a possibility of scattered showers later in the afternoon, but the morning looks clear and pleasant.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay comfortable, but do remember to keep your umbrella handy. But remember, better rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report today on Sunrise. We'll go on a short break and we'll be right back.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now let's take a look at the major stories in the front page newspaper today on The Nation, Vanguard, Punch, and Guardian newspaper. Now on The Nation paper headline, we have "Be proactive and act result." Tinubu orders service chiefs. And Punch headline says petrol soars above 1,000 naira per litre as Tinubu okays 50% import tariff. And the Vanguard headline, it says, "Give us results, not excuses," Tinubu tells service chiefs. And in the Guardian headline, it says, "Justice on trial as courts battle neglect infrastructure deficits." And today we'll be starting our paper from the Vanguard headline that says, "Give us results, not excuses," Tinubu tells service chiefs. Now, Mr. Ochi, I would like to know your take on this paper.
Okay, expectedly, that's what you expect the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Federal Republic of Nigeria to marshal out new orders to these new service chiefs that have been sworn into office, having been cleared and approved by the legislature. So the president, while swearing them in at the council chambers, gave them their marching orders, and in all told them that what Nigeria need is results, not words, not rhetorics. We need to see practical actions this time around. So the president this time around was very magnanimous in privileging to support them, equip them to achieve the results that he is available. He give them every necessary support that they will need to deliver on their mandate. And in going forward, he commissioned these officers that this time around Nigeria is not willing to tolerate excuses. That he, while explaining, he said we need the results, not excuses. You understand? The country at this time around is ready. We are waiting. We are in a hurry to celebrate peace. According to the president, he said the nation is in a hurry. Nigerians don't want to wait. We're in a hurry to celebrate peace this time around. So the new generals that have been sworn into office, led by the Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oluyide, we are mandated this time around. In the era of the outgoing the Chief of Staff, General Christopher Musa, you understand, who had a lot of talks, who had a lot of hope. While we commend them for their efforts, today the baton has changed hand and is now rest with the new service chiefs. And the president has mandated them to deliver. He said they should be innovative. They should be very preemptive and courageous in discharging their duties. He mandated them to look into the new frontiers of terrorism in Nigeria, the new groups that the president described as new snakes, talking about the north, central, northwest, and in the south. And he mandated them to see that they crushed the head of this new snake, according to Mr. President. He has given them everything you need coming from your commander-in-chief. He has giving you the order to go, and as good military men, what is expected of you is to deliver results. Yes, the new service chiefs has pledged their support, their loyalty to the president and to Nigeria, but what we want is to see action different from what we've witnessed, where there was a lot of motions, but the result was not, replicated with the level of actions we see in the field. We've seen many cities talk about Maiduguri being ravaged. We've seen a lot of development, the new frontiers, like the president has mentioned, coming up under the terrorism watch. Look at what happened in Kwara, for example. We keep citing the case of Kwara because that's unfortunate. Look at what we witnessed in Benue not quite long ago. These are unfortunate situations, and one we expect that the new service chiefs will begin to marshal our plans. We know that there will be shake-up in the military owing to this new appointment, but let every shake-up in the military be geared towards confronting terrorism, banditry, wherever it is found. Nigerians have to be safe in Nigeria. That cannot be overemphasized. So, we do not want promises from these new service chiefs. No, we want to see action. Let them move to the battlefield. Let them spearhead actions. Let them move to the frontiers where terrorism, the new snake, from the, like the president mentioned, let them go and cut the head of those snakes. It's no longer for politics in our military. Yes, we welcome these changes. No, though the president has commended the outgoing generals, but it's a new mandate. And we will not only expect more from these new generals who are taking over the reins of affairs of our military. Okay. Talking about General Oluide, as I've mentioned, talk about Waid Shaibu, you talk about the Air Vice Marshal Sunday Aneke, for example. We expect to see changes this time around. Let it not be, perhaps this could be as a result of the rumored queue that we'll talk about. If that's part of why these changes occur, then they should go beyond that to see that the nation is safe and secure. And like the president has charged them, they should be innovative. They should be innovative this time around. Let them come with new innovations. Let them be preemptive. Let it not be where after the bandits have struck or they struck in a particular place, we'll now begin to call or look at the deployed soldiers to go in that places. No, let's be able to spend more time, spend more resources, empower the intelligence unit to be able to get information ahead of time. You know, information is key, intelligence is key in military operations, and it cannot be overemphasized. Unfortunately, I do not see our intelligence unit arm of the military rising to bigger challenges and occasion. You know, though the nature of the work is that we have to be underground in whatever we do, whatever of our operations, but they should be given every required resources, because without intelligence we will not be able to defeat terrorism and banditry in Nigeria. We need to invest a lot in the intelligence unit, and I can tell you, when we do that, we will not only win this battle, but it will be seen by all that security situation in Nigeria has improved. I do not want to continue to hear from the executive arm about all the dealings, about everything that they've done to shore up security in Nigeria. I want to see practical action, Debbie. I want to be able to listen to people from Kwara and they tell me that yes, they can now go to bed with their two eyes closed. I want to see the settlement, the internally displaced people from Benue go back to their home in Benue, and they are able to go to their farm unhindered. That's the results we want to see. So now that the president has given total commitment, mandated them to go and defeat terrorism and banditry, we do not want rhetorics, we do not want words. Let's see action. Then on the other part, now that they've been marshaled out, that they've been set out to achieve that result, like the General Olufemi advised, that the government should sponsor the police more, finance the police, so that they will be able to show up, do their the work of the police, and not being institution whereby we draft the military into the work of police. That you know, that in itself derails them from focusing on their core mandate. So in this regard, I will be begging the executive arm of the government, the presidency, our president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to show up more resources for the police. If this police reform that we're talking about can happen now, so that the police will concentrate on police matters, so that the military will concentrate on that core mandate, not where you see the military being called into police affairs or duties that should be handled by the police. Like he did, that was quite apt of him in trying to channel the new direction so that the military on its own will concentrate. Then another thing is, what are we investing? What kind of level of resources are we investing in the military to be able to achieve results? Do we continue to hear from our men in the battlefront being overrun with superior firearms from the bandits, where the terrorists are now making use of drones? What drones do our military have? These are the issues that matter. What level of RPGs do we make available to our soldiers to be able to go into the battlefield? Yes, in as much as a lot of time we advance the use of the kinetic energy and the carrot approach into this, but I believe that this is time for us to go all kinetic on this bandit, because as the president has observed, new groups continue to emerge daily. So it's time that we cut the head of this snake, and to cut the head of this snake, we need the right stick. And what are the right stick? Empower the military. Give them necessary support. Get new equipment. Go out there and negotiate. Yes, though the general advice that we cannot keep on importing what we need, that we need to look at the direction of manufacturing. Yes, that's a long plan alternative. But in the immediate, let us get in the drone. Let's give the terrorists, let's give these bandits a fight. If the bandits can afford to attack our communities with drones, attack our military formations with drones, then we should be magnanimous enough to bring in more. Give them fight for a fight, because I know and I interact with our soldiers. These guys are gallant. They are willing to confront whatever challenge Nigeria is facing. It's not a question of lack of will. It's a question of give them what they need in the field. It's a question of equipping our soldiers. Now, let me ask you. You may be shocked when you hear what the remuneration of our soldiers at the battlefront is. And then you now begin to hear that they are being overrun by these bandits. Yes, they will be overrun by bandits when they are on hungry stomachs. What do you provide for them? What is the allowance? So these are the areas I expect the new Chief of Defense Staff to look into. These are the welfare of personnel, the welfare of our soldiers should be looked into. Not when you give somebody an RPG and he's not able to hold it because he's hungry. You won't get results. No. What about the armored vehicles that we have? Do we have enough on ground? If you go into the terrain, you will see abandoned armored vehicles. So let us begin to rethink the whole security architecture. Let's not begin to politicize the military. You know, when the general was talking, though when you extract it very well, there could be nothing wrong in his statement in pledging loyalty and support for the president. Yeah. But I should think that the first line of words that will come out from the general is loyalty to Nigeria, loyalty to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I have heard in other climes where a president could give order to the military, and they will tell the president body that they cannot take such orders, that the such order is against the constitution of their nation. And that's what I expect from our military. This is a military that has gone to that held their own as ECOMOG soldiers. These are the military that go in other areas and institute peace in a short period of time, and over years we've been fighting banditry. Yeah. We've been fighting headers, armsmen. No, our military should be equipped, and they should be able to crush this banditry. They should be able to crush this snake if they are well equipped, if they are well motivated, and take politics away from our military. And I can tell you categorically that the politics in our military is destroying the will and the grit of our men to defeat these issues. And if we do not look at that intently and inwardly, sanitize the military for what it is, if it takes that a whole lot of people need to leave the military, then let's sanitize, let them go. Let's have vibrant, not politically exposed soldiers take over the issue of our security, and not overemphasizing, like the general did observe, that police should be well funded to be able to face police issues, so that the military will now concentrate on weeding terrorism away from our nation.
All right, thank you very much for that, Mr. Ochi. Now we'll be moving over to our second paper for today, coming from the Punch headline that says petrol soars above 1,000 naira per litre as Tinubu okays 15% import tariff. The government has approved a 15% ad valorem import duty on petrol and diesel imports. According to analysts, this may push pump prices above 1,000 naira per litre. And one report estimated an added cost of 99.72 naira per litre for imported petrol. Mr. Ochi, I'd like to know your take on this headline.
All right. Should I start with that normal line that is unfortunate? No, I wouldn't want to do that, because I believe that we'll have a government that has the interest of Nigerians at heart, that whatever measure they take is for the interest of this nation. But in as much as we support them, that does not mean that we will not speak when we need to speak. And I believe that for someone like me who has been on the advocacy that Nigerians are overtasked, that this is a time for us to speak and speak loudly so that the presidency will hear us, that they begin to rethink the level of tax that is being signed, that we are signing into and bringing into for in this nation. Today we are talking about 15% added tax on what import on of petroleum products. That's a tax that you call 15% ad valorem. And what is ad valorem? This is a tax that you levied on goods based on their monetary value, not on the quantity of goods that is being brought into the country, but on the monetary value of those goods. And we are witnessing that the president this time around is signing this 15% ad valorem import tariff on fuel.
Okay.
Why are we doing this? We are told when you examine that, we are told that it is to shore up our refineries, protect them as a strategy to protect them against importers of petroleum products into the country, to make our refineries to be competitive, have that confidence to operate where investors' resources will be protected and all that. That's very well said. But at the end of the day, Debbie, what I look at is the implication, the impact on the citizens of Nigeria. What will happen to the good people of Nigeria that will, at the end of the day will bear the brunt of all this tax? What would we do? What do we look at? This 15% ad valorem import tariff that we're talking about on fuel, you still have, is different from the 5% surcharge on locally refined products and imported fuel into Nigeria. So when you add 5% to this 10%, to this 15%, you now have about 15% tax that will be paid on this product. And Nigerians are the ones who are going to bear the brunt of whatever tax that you impose. As far as fuel is concerned, we are talking about in January, where there will be 5% charge on all petroleum product that you buy in Nigeria. At the end of the day, it's the common man that bears the brunt of this. You talk about what will you begin to witness? You begin to see price hike. Now that they are talking about 1,000, it may go beyond 1,000. And what else will you see? I was thinking that at this time we will leave market forces, you understand, sanitize the market and then allow market forces to determine, and not government coming to impose tariffs here and there. No, and at the end of the day, this may begin to equally cause a level of scarcity, being that our refineries may not be able to handle the quantity of the products that we need as to consume in Nigeria. They may not be able to handle that quantity. We still need imported fuel because our refineries are not functioning up to par. Yes, NNPS, talk about the Port Harcourt refinery, what is the status? Talk about the Warri refinery, what is the status? Talk about the Kaduna refinery, they are producing little or nothing that will, when added to that of Dangote refineries, that will be able to show up the quantities needed by Nigerians. So with this import tariff on petroleum products, you begin to see that a lot of petroleum importers may go away from importation, thereby causing scarcity. And what happens in the period of scarcity? Prices will begin to go up. And when prices go up, what will happen? There will be a trickle-down effect on the Nigerian people because cost of goods will go up. Food prices in the market will skyrocket. Cost of transportation will go up. At the end of the day, is the Nigerians, the good people of Nigeria, that will bear the brunt of all these levies. I, for one, I keep saying that I think that Nigerians are overtasked by this government. We care so much about raising resources, but what do we do in return for the people that pay these taxes? In other climes, you see tax reforms. Do we have tax reforms in Nigeria? What are we doing for the people? Can you travel from Enugu to Maiduguri without meeting almost more than 1 million potholes? So what are we doing with these resources that will generate from overtaxing the people? What's the price of food commodities in the market? These are the issues. In as much as I agree that our local investment, those domestic investment in refineries should be protected, but the government, I think that this is excessive at this time.
All right, thank you very much for that, Mr. Uche. And also, we'll be taking a quick break and we'll be right back. Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Thank you for staying with us, and you're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Joining us to bring awareness in commemoration of the Breast Cancer Month is Dr. Chidimma Omeke, a consultant gynecologist. It's a pleasure to have you finally.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
All right. Dr. Chidimma Omeke will be speaking on breast cancer and cancer-related issues in order to create awareness on the menace of this ailment called cancer. Doctor, please, what do we, first of all, when we talk about breast cancer, what are we talking about? Because I used to think that when you say cancer, it's general. But then I begin to hear about breast cancer and all that. What are we talking about here?
Okay, thank you very much for bringing me to this place to talk about breast cancer.
Oh, like you said, cancer is a general word for diseases that
We say they are malignant, which means
they attack both the normal cells in the body and
destroy it.
And oftentimes, cancers are not entirely curable, especially when they are detected late. And cancer can affect any parts of the body, any organ, any tissue of the body. So when we say breast cancer, it means that the cancer affected the breast. And usually cancer starts from somewhere. So if you say breast cancer, it means it's starting at the breast. But as it progresses, it can spread to affect any other part of the body.
Sorry, ma'am.
Yeah.
It can spread from the breast to other parts of the body.
Yes, it can spread from the breast and begin to affect all other organs of the body.
Okay.
So if a person has breast cancer and it is not treated or it's not discovered on time, it can begin to spread. And when it gets advanced, it can spread from one breast to the second breast, and from there it spreads to other organs like the liver, the stomach, the intestines, and then that is what now leads to like the person going down and eventually dying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now that we're talking about breast cancer, is it limited to women alone?
No, it cannot be limited to women alone because men also have breasts. Now, but breast cancer is commoner in women than in men because the women have breast tissues that are more dense than in men. So they have more fatty tissues, more fibrous tissues than in men. So breast cancer can occur in men, but it is rare. Okay. So in women, breast cancer, especially in Nigeria, is the commonest female cancer, the commonest cancer that affects women. Breast cancer is number one, and then the second is cervical cancer here in Nigeria. In the whole world, cervical cancer is like the fourth cancer when it comes to women, but in Nigeria, count breast cancer first in women and then cervical cancer.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I would like to ask, what are the causes of breast cancer?
Okay, now we cannot say we have a direct cause of breast cancer,
but we have what we call risk factors. Okay. Because sometimes, it's not like malaria, if mosquito bites you and the mosquito is carrying malaria parasites, you have malaria. That's a direct cause. But in breast cancer, we don't have specific causes that you can say, if you get this or if you have this, you are going to have breast cancer. We have risk factors. And then these risk factors are many. And then they vary from person to person. There are genetic factors. Genetic factors, when somebody carries a gene, and most times those genes are damaged, what we call mutations. When they have that gene inside of them, they have increased tendency to having breast cancer. And not just breast cancer, other cancers like colon cancer, rectal cancer, what we call colorectal cancer, even ovarian cancer. Now, those ones, they have some genetic relationship. Somehow you don't know who carries that gene by just looking at the person's face. So it's only when you do genetic studies, which we don't commonly do here. Okay, so that's one of the risk factors. Then other risk factors, age is a risk factor. That's, okay, of course, being a woman, first of all, is a risk factor. Since we said that breast cancer is commoner in women than in men. So then age, as a woman advances in age, the likelihood or the risk of having breast cancer also increases. Again, some hormonal contraceptives, especially some people who are in hormone replacement therapy, when they take hormones that contain estrogen.
Sorry, doctor, I have to cut in. Can you explain that terminology? Says some who are in
hormone replacement therapy.
Okay. When we talk about hormone replacement therapy, women at a time they stop menstruating. Okay. That is what we call menopause. Okay. Now, when they go into menopause, they come down with a lot of symptoms. For some, it can be unbearable. Now, the reason why they have those symptoms is because the ovaries their functions have reduced. So the ovary is not producing the hormones, estrogen, progesterone, which helps the woman, keeps her body function the way it should be. So when the ovarian function has reduced because of age, menopause, so the woman may not be producing enough hormone, and if she's having disturbing symptoms that she cannot bear or cannot tolerate, we now give what we call hormone replacement therapy by giving additional hormones. And when you do that, that also predisposes the woman to breast cancer. Then some
oral contraceptive pills, some of the pills that are used for family planning, when they are taken for a very long time, they can also increase the risk of one having breast cancer.
Okay, well, so if somebody has been exposed to radiation,
especially early in life, that can also predispose her to the risk of having
breast cancer
in future. Then, well, some diets, maybe unhealthy diet, generally, when people don't eat well, when they eat a lot of junks, obesity, that will increase the risk of having breast cancer.
Okay.
Yeah, those are some of the risk factors.
Okay. I want to ask another question. How can someone detect the symptoms? Like, what symptoms does it give to know, like, okay, I have cancer of the breast? Like, what are those signs the person gets, and how we detect them?
Okay, usually, like I said, cancer starts
from a place.
Yeah.
Now, it can come in different
forms. It may just start with a lump, a small mass, a small lump in any part of the breast, just a small lump. And then it keeps growing. It keeps growing. It keeps growing. Now, oftentimes, if it's going to be cancerous, because a lot of people have lumps and then they are not cancerous, but there is no way you will find out except you remove the lump and take it for test. Okay, so the size of the lump does not make it cancerous or not cancerous. So you can't say because it is small, I will ignore it. Because I've seen a woman who had just a small lump, just as small as the tip of my finger. Okay, so but I said, okay, we need to remove this and know what it is. And when we removed and checked, it was cancerous. They can start just a lump, a tiny lump. It may not be painful. Oftentimes, it's not painful. Okay, so it can be painless. Then the lump will gradually increase in size. Then other symptoms the person will have. So it can have changes in the skin color of the breast. You notice that the skin is changing, or what we call puckering, like the back of the orange. We call it the orange. You know, the back of the orange, especially unripe orange, as though it has some also haze.
Yeah.
So when the breast starts feeling that way, it can be also a sign of cancer. Yeah, so may have, I've talked about changing the skin color. They may have flaky skins. The skin of the breast may start peeling. Then other ones, discharge from the breast, especially when it is bloody. So it's not milk. A woman that is not breastfeeding and is having discharge from the breast, water, especially when it is bloody. Then some can have nipple retraction. The nipple pulls in. The nipple that was pointed before, then it pulls back, retracted. You know, so when all these changes are noticed, it's a pointer. Now, like I said, it mustn't be cancerous, but the person must go for checkup and find out why is the color of this skin changing, why is there a lump here, and then the lump needs to be taken out and sent for histology.
Okay.
Now we talked about the symptoms, the sign, the early management.
Yes, early detection is key. You know, the problem we have, like I said, here in Nigeria, oftentimes we present late. The problem with breast cancer is most people present late in the advanced case. Okay, now early detection is key to management. When a patient or a woman or a man notices a difference in the shape of her breast, in the color of her breast, or the shape of the nipple, all those things, the first thing is to get to hospital. Now, when you get to hospital, if it is a lump, that lump needs to be removed and taken for histology. And if the lump, if something is started as a small lump, when it is removed and taken for histology, now it is cancerous. Oftentimes, the next thing is to say, we need to take out the whole breast. And that is where the women are reluctant to go for that. You know, we want to cut off the breast. So oftentimes, they don't easily accept it. So they go back. Maybe they start engaging in things, herbal medication, trying to eat, spray, and things like that. Then maybe by the time they come back again, that love has way beyond, you know, management. And at that time, the doctor will now tell you, we can't operate on this breast again. Yeah, because taking it out at that moment may not make any difference. Yeah. So the person will now be subjected to other forms of treatment like chemotherapy, radiotherapy. Surgery may not be the first option. Now, some people can also have ulceration. Ulceration, by ulceration, I mean a wound on the breast that doesn't really heal. It may just be a small wound. Then they will keep dressing it, it keeps expanding. Okay. And when you come to hospital, you find out that that ulcer is actually cancerous. So early detection, and that is through, first of all, self-breast examination. We encourage everyone to examine your breast, especially immediately after your menstruation. Once, every month. Because the breast can feel lumpy prior to menstruation. So some people, if you're examining that, they will think, oh, they have long, and then some people, prior to menstruation, their breast may be tender, that's painful. Yes. So when they touch it, it's painful. But just immediately after the menses, when the menses stops, we encourage a woman to examine the breast. Okay, you can examine your breast when you want to go to bed. You have undressed. Okay, stand in front of the mirror, look at your breast, see the way changes, raise your hands up, sideways, see if there is any lump anywhere, any skin changes. Okay. When you do that, then you can lie down on the bed with one hand under your head. You can palpate one breast, check for lumps, check for any discharge from the nipple. Then you put the other hand and your head, palpate the other breast, the four quadrants, check for any lump with the flat of your hand. Okay. When you do that, if there is no lump, you check even under the armpit, because some may also start, because there is a extension of the breast goes to the armpit. So under the armpit is also part of it. So when you do that and you're fine, when you go and then okay, that's for that month. The next month you do that. So any woman that is often checking that, doing self-breast examination, can easily notice when there is any change and can report to the hospital. Then again, we also talk about mammogram. Women can go for mammogram. It's an investigation, especially every woman from 40 years and above can go for mammogram once in 1 to 2 years. The mammogram is like X-ray. It checks the breast for any the smallest lump that is around the that will suggest cancer. So I will tell women, you can do that as a birthday gift to yourself. Once you're 40, go for mammogram. Then do that, and the report comes out, you are fine. You can go for my rest. The next 1 or 2 years, you do again. That helps for that early detection. And when it is detected early, then follow the doctors so that you can go through the treatment process. There are a lot of breast cancer survivors, and that is following early detection.
Okay. The survivors is dependent on early detection.
Yes.
And the keyword here is early detection.
Early detection and management. Yes.
And you know, the crisis here, when I say here, I mean Nigeria, Africa, and this is about resources. Yeah. There's a lot of poverty in the land. And I want to ask, does poverty contribute to this? The cost of this mammogram that you talk about?
Well, you know, poverty, illiteracy, they are a major problem. Especially our health system, where you do out-of-pocket payments. It's a contributory factor, because all these things that we're talking about, it's cheap. Even to do simple lumpectomy, that's to remove the lump. Okay, the cost is, I mean, it's much. Maybe, let's say we can get it, the cheapest you can get it like 50,000. You know, then that's to remove the lump. Then you take it for histology. You know, before you finish everything, that's 100,000 first of all, minimum. To make a diagnosis. After making the diagnosis, and the cost of the treatments. So it can be quite expensive. So poverty is a contributory factor. Illiteracy is another also, major factor, because when people say that or you go to hospital, expect to you, oh no, God forbid, that's usually our response, is not my portion, and things like that. And person disappears, doesn't come back again. Like, you know, somebody was talking about a patient, you see the person after 1 year comes back with advanced disease. You know, but this person that came early, you know, so that one is not just poverty, it's also illiteracy. You know, then there are some people, even when they win the money, they don't want to, they refuse to accept, okay, this is a problem. Okay, so it's not just only poverty, but poverty is still part of it.
When you were speaking, you talked about dieting as another factor that could either causes or increase the situation?
The risk factor.
The risk factor can equally be a contributory factor in helping to manage the situation.
Now, good diet is always good in every situation. Vegetables, fruits, avoiding junks and things like that. It can help. How does it help in breast cancer? Of course, somebody who has cancer, remember the cancer is destroying both normal and abnormal cells. Okay, so the blood cells of that person is going to be destroyed. So good diet, vegetables, fruits can help the person in building up some blood cells, some tissues that are being destroyed. Not like it is the diet that is the treatment. Okay. It helps the person still remain healthy and strong.
All right. Doctor, I know that in practice you've seen a lot of these cases.
Sure.
But now that we're talking about it, we've said that the issue of poverty, the issue of illiteracy. But I want to ask, from your experience, do you think that there's more that government could do to help in this regard?
Sure.
Management and all that?
Sure.
And are they doing enough?
Sure. No. There's still a lot.
Okay, I talked about mammogram. Sometimes you can hardly get mammogram in
public hospitals.
Okay.
Sometimes. Now, when you get
maybe in one place, I know there was a time it was in UNTH, but one machine serving the whole public, it breaks down. It keeps breaking down. You cannot repair it. So providing these facilities, even in general hospitals, even be just teaching hospitals, even at teaching hospitals, okay, so general hospitals, people can go there and access it easily. And I know that if government provides them, the cost will be subsidized. But when the patient has to go to private hospital or private clinic to go and do mammogram, okay, the cost will be higher.
Doctor, we don't want to keep you any longer. I know you have a tight schedule. But before we let you go, what advice would you be giving to Nigerians and the government as regards breast cancer awareness?
Okay,
first of all, let me start from Nigerians. This month, we're talking about awareness.
Let us know that breast cancer is still a problem here in Nigeria, and it is killing our women. Minimum of 80 or more cases are diagnosed every day.
Pardon. Yeah. We need to amplify that. You said minimum
80 cases
every day.
Yeah, minimum.
That means it could be more.
Yeah, it could be more.
Okay.
Statistics show that over 30,000 cases every year. So it's still very much present in this country, and most cases present in advanced cases. So I want to encourage every woman, this self-breast examination is important. Every month, examine your breast for any changes, and then if you notice anything, go to hospital. Go to the nearest hospital, see a doctor. Let the doctor say, oh, okay, there's no problem, you don't have to worry, and you go back. That is the one we can do. We can help to detect it early. And then when you go to hospital and the doctor said, this is what we are going to do, please heed to the doctor's instructions. And then to the government. The government needs to do a lot. When we talk about health insurance, we need to really call up in our health insurance so that people can get these things, get treatments easily, make the facilities available, so that when patient comes to the hospital, she doesn't have to hear, oh, we don't have this, we'll have to go somewhere else. When the person comes to the hospital, let her get all the necessary facility to have her problem handled. So government needs to improve in equipping our general and teaching hospitals.
All right.
With the necessary facilities.
Thank you, Dr. Chidima Omeke, consultant gynecologist. It's been a pleasure speaking to you.
Thank you very much.
All right, and you've heard when you're diagnosed, listen to your doctor rather than going to buy olive oil from the church. Early detection is key.
Sure.
All right, thank you very much for that, and thank you very much for listening to Dr. Chidima Omeke on today's topic that commemorates the month of breast awareness. And that's a wrap on today's edition of Sunrise on Aneke TV. I remain Deborah Wakoba.
And I'm Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV to come your way next week. Bye-bye.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles, such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ibai. Ekele mu. Ojo kwani ihe eji gondo. Ndo ana atoka. Onye ana nke ya no na agwo. Ibai adino. Ogologo ndo. Aruike. Ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya. Na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya. N'elufuta nwuru ya. Ịmara na nsogbu riri. Ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị. Chukwu okike. Onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị, anyị na-ekene gị. Na-ekene gị maka tata, na-ayọ maka echi. Maka na ọsọ gị maka ebe echi anya amara. na ya dị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịrị anyị mma ndị be anyị onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere nke
na mbụ ọja m na-asị ekekele ụwa na ọkwa ọja ekenekwa gị na eluigwe na ala na-ekene gị na urukpuru na kpakpando na-ekene gị na ugwu na ndịna na-ekene gị maka ka onye si eme ka ekwe si akpụ ya ka onye si eme ka ọja si akpụ ya ihe a bụ Aneke TV.
Ibe anyị ekele m ọ ji kwana ihe eji agọ ndụ ndụ a na-atọka onye anabara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adị nọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịrụfụta nwere ya ị mara na nsogbu rere ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene gị na-ekene gị maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka ebe echi anya mara na ya dị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịrị anyị mma ọ ya dịrị onye ọ na mma ịdịkwazị ọgbaghị nọ ya ahịa na-anọdụ na n'Igbo eke oyi nkwọ awụ ndị be anya onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere nke
na be anyị amechi na ọ bụ ọkụ na anọ anyị adawo aga ọjị a na-awa ha abịa ji na ọjị na-eke ịkya na a na-agụ ya a na-ejide ọjị na-eka nri a na m erachi ihe kere ihe na ihe wara ihe Chineke nna kere enu ka ana m akpọku ndị ezigbo mmadụ niile nọchawọrọ ndụ na-amechi ọkụ na-anọ na anụ ọkụ na-anọ na anụ Nkanụ na anụ Nta Egbe na-ese na anụ Enugu steeti na-asị biko na ọ bụ ha metere ihe ọma ka anyị na-asị ha gbadata ha bịa tara ọjị. Anyị na-asị eke ka eke ketere anyị ihe ọma, anyị na-asị ahwọ ka ahwọ ghọtara anyị ihe ọma, anyị na-asị nkwọ ka nkwọ kwọtara anyị ihe ọma, anyị na-asị orie ka orie rutere anyị ihe ọma. Ihe ndị a niile ka anyị na-arịọ nna sị ka ị bịa mere anyị, wetere anyị udo n'ala Igbo, wetere anyị udo n'ala Naịjirịa, wetere anyị ịhụnanya, wetere anyị ọganihu, wetere anyị ihe niile bụ ihe na-eme obodo adị mma. Nna biko, ihe ndị a ka anyị na-arịọ, kwetewo na imeworo anyị karịa ka anyị rịọrọ n'ịhwa Chineke nna kere enu ka ana bụ Chukwu okike abịama.
Ndị be anyị ọjị abịa, anyị na-ekene osebụlụ ụwa, ekene Chukwu okike nna ketara anyị oge kere igwe ka anyị na-ata ọjị, anyị chọrọ iwe ọjị, ị na-awa n'otu awa n'ibe, asị ka ị goziela anyị taa, ka ihe ọma hụkwa gwute anyị na-akpọku ndị nna nna anyị ha bụ abụ ndị mere ọhụma, goziela ya Eke, gozie Orie, gozie Nkwọ, mee ka ndị ọbụla na-agagharị na-achọ ihe ha ga-eri, mee ọhụma na ndị sokwa ụzọ ọtọ, ndị kwụkwara ụzọ na-eje n'ụzọ kwụrụ ọtọ, soro ka iwu Chukwu ji wee dị. Chukwu na anyị siri ka anyị wụọ gị a tata nde udo na ọgụ na aga m n'ihu ka ọ dịrị anyị mma. Ndewo. Anyị na-ewepụta ile ọjị na-egosi ụmụnna anyị, okenye na-awa ọjị, ndị ọzọ na-awa ọjị, na-ele enye ile ọjị nsọfụrụ, maka na ebe a ọ na ile ọjị a ka eji ama eziokwu. Iweta ọjị onye ọzọ na-asa ile, ọ ga-eji na-ekwu eziokwu. Onye sara ile weta ile ọjị were na-ekpe ekpere were na-aga ọhọ, ọ ga-ekwuneta eziokwu. Ọjị a anyị na-enye nsọfụrụ. Ọjị lụọ ịnọ otu a ata ya, o ruo ise atakwa ya, mana o bido ruo na asaa ịma na ị ga-egbu anụ, ị ga-egbu ọkụkọ.
Igwe maka na ọ magoro okwu izizi na igwe nwa anụ jeke elu ya aka abịa zọrọ igwe ka igwe.
Obodo ọlọkwa ebe nwa ya ji
Good morning, and thank you for joining us on this special edition of The Insight. Remember, on the Insight is that program where we x-ray heartbeat of issues, topics, headlines that help in shaping our nation. And today, we'll confront an undeniable and urgent reality. Nigeria's health sector is not merely challenged, it is in a state of rolling emergency. From persistent scourge of preventable diseases like malaria, high maternal mortality rates, to the rapid brain drain of our most skilled medical personnel, the foundational cracks in our health sector systems are claiming lives and crippling our national potential. Today, we are looking at the Nigeria's health emergency, act now or lose more. And to help us x-ray and give postmortem analysis of this issue is Dr. Ejiofor Brendan Mama, the first Vice Chairman, Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria, immediate past Chairman, Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, and as well, he is the Assistant Director, Medical Laboratory Services, UNTH, Ituku Ozala, Enugu State. Doctor, it's a pleasure to finally meet you.
Thank you so much.
I hope that trip
Thank you so much.
That trip to that place was fruitful.
Yes, to the glory of God.
And thank you for obliging me. I know I disturbed you a lot.
There's no problem. It's just a matter of engagement, exigencies and all these things.
We understand.
I'm sorry I've not been able to honor your invitation to some engagement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, my viewers.
Yes. So, Doctor, today we are looking at the Nigerian health sector. It's become an emergency case. And let me start with, it's been reported that about 7,600 suspected cases of Lassa fever and 116 deaths reported across 21 states in Nigeria in this 2025 alone. And then, going forward, one we want to ask, why is Nigeria still losing hundreds of lives yearly to preventable diseases like Lassa fever?
Thank you so much, my uncle. When you ask about this situation where we lose thousands of people and reporting cases of Lassa fever on a yearly basis, because it's seasonal and we have not been able to contain it, it's just because of one major thing: funding.
Funding?
Yes, inadequate training and unconducive environment where people are working. Because in 2001, the African heads of state gathered in our capital, Federal Capital Territory, to resolve that at least 15% of annual budget should be allocated to health sector. And that is about 2% above what World Health Organization recommended. And from that 2001 till now, this is 24 years, this thing is hardly met. This year alone, the whopping sum of 47 trillion 900 billion naira was budgeted. And my dear brother, do you want to know how much was allocated to health sector?
We're eager to know, Doctor.
Just 2.8 trillion naira, which is just about 5.1%. Far below what the World Health Organization recommended. Far below what they agreed in 2011 in Abuja. And all these things have been happening. The highest administration that allotted up to 6.5% to health sector was the former president of this country, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. That was in 2007 when he wants to leave office. Yaradua came, sustained it to 6.1, and then unfortunately we lost Yaradua. In 2014, the highest then was 6.6 by Goodluck Jonathan. And since then, it has been dwindling. And a lot of things are happening. And most of the issue we are having in the country today is that the capable hands are leaving the country on a daily basis. Okay. Report has it that for the past 3 years, about 46,000 nurses have left the country. Why more than 12,000 medical doctors left the country? And over 6,800 medical lab scientists have left the country and look for greener pasture, and look for better payment. As we are talking to you, if not resolved, the Nigerian medical doctors in the umbrella of the resident doctors have planned to embark on strike by 12 midnight today.
Please
all because
take
of
that again.
Yes, the National Association of Resident Doctors across the 36 states and FCT have resolved to go on strike by 12 midnight this today, 31st day of October, just because of poor funding and a lot of areas not paid. So what we're just trying to say is that when the funding, because we see to whom much expected, much should be given. And insecurity is the major cause of the problem, because most of the money that's supposed to go to health sector is going down to the security sector. And because of that, that area is lacking, and people always look for a better place where they can make living and make life better. A lot of things are going on in the society. And when during the outbreak of COVID-19, that was in 2020, from that time, though it was a blessing in disguise, because by that time we had only about not up to 6 molecular laboratories in the country. But the outbreak of that COVID-19 was able to open the eyes of the people across the globe that there is need for us to equip our health sectors.
Okay.
And then, as we are talking in this country now, we have over 45 molecular diagnosis centers in Nigeria. But surprisingly to tell you, not all up to 50% of them are functional. Oh. Immediately there was a recession of this COVID-19. Everybody folded his or her arms and then be looking. So why wouldn't there be outbreak of Lassa fever? Because we have already lost our guards and believe that all is uhuru, whereas all is not uhuru. People are losing their lives on a daily basis. And above all, even the universal health coverage that plan to give good health to the populace has not been met. Since 2015, we'll be targeting that by 2030, everybody will have access to good health care. How far has it gone? In the country now, we have at least 35,000 primary health centers. And I want to tell you that not up to 25% of them is working effectively. And I want to give credit to the governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Ndubesimba, for taking that bold step of establishing type 2 primary health centers across the 260 wards in Enugu State. And we are charging him in the last technical working group committee meeting we had at Aaron Street in Enugu here. We advised him that one thing is building those health centers, another thing is equipping it, and the most important thing is the human resources. Because when you build all these things and people are not there to manage it, it is going to be a mere warehouses. And we recommended that at least 2 health professionals should be in that 260 health centers is planning. At least 2 medical doctors, 2 pharmacists, 2 medical laboratory scientists, not less than 2 nurses, health workers, and the community health work extension officers, lab technicians, lab assistants, physicians. What do we call them? These pharmacy technicians, and even pharmacists should be in that primary health center, because that primary health center is the basis where people can have access to good health care, and it is one of the primary things that the Sustainable Development Goal of 2015 aimed at, to take good health down to the grassroots. And with that now, you find out that people who have just mere malaria will not travel all the way from Enugu, from Okbo Enugu, from Igogoro, from Owachi, down to UNT just because you are not able to treat complicated malaria. And we can only actualize that if we equip our hospitals and also man it with professionals. And that is where the area of this association of professional bodies come into play, because we are advocating for professionalism. Whoever is working, if you can't be a professional in it, you don't put a round peg in a square hole and expect things to work.
Okay.
So that is the major problem why we are still experiencing. How many diagnosis centers will be able to identify that Lassa fever you are talking about? How many trained molecular biologists are there? Medical laboratory scientists are there to manage it. So that is why on a yearly basis we keep on hearing that people are losing their lives to one communicable disease or the other. And we charge the government to brace up. We are not mindful of the effort of President Ahmed Tinubu, He also, I think he allotted about 45 billion naira to primary health center, but it was skewed to the north. About 8,000 health centers that are getting that money is spread across the 18 states in the north. So those in the south will also benefit from it.
So, Doc, sorry to cut in. Okay. You mean to tell me that the down south is cut off from accessing that?
From the information within my reach, that is what I gathered. But I believe, subsequently, he will remember the southern part of the country.
Okay. A lot of information to unpack. And I know you've spoken to it, but I will still ask that question. I want to know, though you've given me numbers and others, but how prepared is Nigeria's healthcare system able to dictate, respond rapidly to any emerging infectious disease? Talk about Ebola, even diarrhea. We've mentioned Lassa fever. I want to know, let's speak to those practical numbers that you did mention again.
Okay, thank you so much, my brother. You know, I told you that during the outbreak of that COVID, I think it was in February, either 19 or so, in 2020, in Lagos, the Nigerian health sector, both private and public, do not have an adequate equipment to even detect that COVID. Okay. In the name of PCR, polymerase chain reaction machine. Apart from Lagos, Urua, and some others south here, we don't have. But during the outbreak of that COVID, they were able to establish about 45 molecular diagnosis centers. Okay. And with this now, I want to tell you that not up to 25% of them is working. So how will they be able to detect? And even the expert trained on that, that's as the figure I gave you, that over 6,800 medical lab scientists who are trained in that across this, the 774 local governments in this country have left for a greener pasture. So new hands must be trained, and also those equipment must be serviced. From 2020 to now is 5 years, and most of this equipment needs what? Routine maintenance, and in the end, it has to be optimally used. So immediately the COVID was announced to have been eradicated, people now lost their gas and then continue their normal way. The only way we can do this is to ensure that we equip our diagnosis centers, which is the major thing, because not all fever is malaria.
Okay.
Some of them are caused by hemorrhagic, hemorrhagic fever and all these things. And the only way you can distinguish them is by doing what? Is by carrying out medical laboratory tests.
Okay. Doctor, let's continue along this line. Recently, I don't know if you saw that headline about COVID scare in Lagos. Hospitals are reported to be having repeated cases of malaria, cough, aches, and it's been attributed to the fact that they are suspecting that maybe perhaps COVID could be back to the country. I wanted to hear more of that issue, but I want to ask in that line, how would Nigerians, or how can Nigerians protect themselves daily from such deadly diseases, in line with what we are saying, that the trained individuals have japa, that will need more retraining, we need to make available more laboratories. But I want to ask, how can Nigerians protect themselves? Because at the end of the day, we are left to our fate.
Yes, thank you so much. The God of Africans, the God of Nigeria is always strong, and there is so much on our side. Remember, during the outbreak of COVID-19, it was speculated that Nigerians would be, the corpses would be on the streets, but God did not allow that to happen. But surprisingly, immediately they announced that, they have tackled COVID-19 head-on. Everybody lost guard. Even most of us in the health sector, you see people consulting without nose mask. And then if it were there, while in the studio now, I'll put on my nose mask and all these things. Yes. All those preventive measures should also be. The only thing is that we have not totally eradicated COVID. Okay. If we keep on testing, you find out that some people are still having different variants, different strains of this COVID. But the only thing we did is that we have developed immunity against it. And that is why it seems that maybe it's already been eradicated. No, all those people that are having all those symptoms you mentioned now, seizing, coughing, and chest pain, and all these things. If you carry out tests, don't be surprised. It could be COVID. But the only thing is that our system has already, taken charge, and within few months, it's just a flu, and within few days or so, you come over it. So what am I saying in effect? We should not completely lose guard. That your hand sanitizer should always be in your pocket. That your private outfit, be it health or commercial, make sure you have a running water outside there. Whoever is coming should wash his or her hands. And also, make sure you maintain the coughing etiquette. Because most of all, before you know it, if it's a reflector, before you know, you cover your mouth and then sneeze into it. And when I come in, you now give me your hand to shake. And by the end of the day, I will not only contaminate myself, while driving, I will contaminate my steering, and I will not sanitize it. You might not be going to car wash every day. And I want to use this opportunity to tell people, while washing your car, it's very, very important that on a daily basis, you wash your steering.
Okay.
Even if you don't wash, to sterilize it.
But that's one place that we really wash.
We rarely go there. We rarely go there. It's only when we go to car wash, and most of them don't even. After shaking you now, the next thing is open my door and then go and contaminate my steering, and it will be there waiting for me, depending on the strain. Some viruses could last up to 2-3 days. Some can die immediately. But because of that, it's very, very important. Have that your hand sanitizer in your pocket. It is not all uhuru. Apart from COVID, any other communicable disease can still come up, and it will go a long way in preventing you. And most of people who adhere to the usage of personal protective equipment in the laboratory are in health sector. Then, when there was outbreak of COVID, they were not infected because they are used to it. So, because they show for face, as they say, you don't know who carries it, and that is why you apply what we call universal precaution. Treat everybody as though such a person has infectious disease. So with this, my uncle, I think if we go along that, I'm just coming from Lagos, I had that news, and that is what we discussed, topic of discussion. Let us go back to those preventive measures we are using. Let us not completely throw away our gas and believe that all is uhuru. Apart from COVID, there are a lot of, because we have a lot of emerging and re-emerging diseases going on globally, not only in Nigeria. And as I'm talking in this studio now, something might even take me, by the next 30 minutes you see me in Lagos, from Lagos to Dubai and all that. That is how we are carrying all those strains of infections across. So it has become a global village, and we have to take that precaution.
All right. Doc, while we're talking, there are a lot of things you're unraveling and unpacking that I would want to ask more questions, but I'll keep them aside. Let us go into the primary healthcare sector. Okay. You've talked about what the government of Enugu State is doing.
Yes.
But I bet Enugu State, we're looking at Nigeria as a whole. And I want to ask, in the area of primary healthcare, why is it that our primary healthcare centers are still dysfunctional? Because from the little I've learned from what you're saying, is the key in healthcare services in Nigeria, but they are very much dysfunctional. And I want to ask, what can we do?
The only thing we can do, first of all, we have to increase the amount of fund we'll release to the health sector, and also make sure that we create an enabling environment, because these 35,000 primary health centers I told you about, 85% of them are in rural area. And I want to let you know that life in those rural areas are not quite comfortable. Most health workers will always like to stay in the city, and that is why there is no balance in the distribution of health workers between the urban and the rural sector. And the latest issue of insecurity, insurgency has already worsened it, because nobody will want to stay in a community where somebody can waylay you or even come and invade your house overnight. If we improve our security, just as we are advising that our technical working group, that the indigenous people who are trained in those health sector, those areas of specialty, should be encouraged to go and then help their people. Okay. If possible, even be on bond. Train them from university. give them condition, because the fear is that after training them, they might leave the country for the greener pasture. But if we make the environment conducive and also have a legal backup, that after training such a person will stay back in the community where he or she was born to develop that area, it will go a long way. And also, in 1999, there is a national health insurance scheme, but that was implemented in 2005. We'll call it National Health Insurance Scheme. Now, it is now National Health Insurance Act of 2022. That one is to ensure that item 3.8 in the Universal Health Care and Sustainable Development Goal, which is universal health coverage for all, is maintained. This time around, it is good to let you know that there is improvement after that act. At about 19.2 million Nigerians have enrolled, but I want to tell you that about 95% of them are in urban centers. So that is why we are challenging people, the governments in power, to ensure that all those primary health centers should be well equipped, and that they should serve as the HMO for people who are ready to use that place. Equip the place with a good equipment, make sure there is enough drugs, and also make sure there are personnel there to manage the place. By the end of the day, let them get quality health services, which is the major aim of that NHIA Act 2022. So with this now, you find out that we'll be able to solve our problems to the BRS minimum. Once we keep this insecurity out of it, and also make life better, amenities also be there, good network, and that is why I think have to also bring it down to Enugu State. Enugu State government is trying in terms of a good network, but the only thing, it has to do more about the insecurity. People are still being invaded in the communities, and then much work has to be done there. So with this, you find out that once we, uniformly distribute health workers to the rural areas and few in the centers, we can also encourage them by making sure that those people in rural areas are well paid, even better paid, to encourage them to stay more than those people in city, so that it will not be an inducement. You won't have any reason to be in the city when you are well paid in the villages. So with that now, my dear brother, it will go a long way in solving our problems.
Okay. While you were speaking, you mentioned the HMOs.
Yes.
And I want to ask, from your experience in Nigeria and outside the country, do you believe that the HMOs, talking about the national insurance schemes and all that, are the best way to go to make primary health care accessible and affordable for Nigerians?
Yes, I think I have to give credit to former President Olusegun Obasanjo, who brought that initiative in 2005. The hospital maintenance officers are the hospitals that, as you are here, you choose such a hospital where you can have access to Medicare at a reduced amount of money. But even in UNTH, where I practice, and other health centers where these services are being rendered, there's one glitch there. For you to generate the code, the so-called code, it takes how many hours, to the point that if you are not patient, you might even abandon it and then go and get your conventional access to healthcare. So that would have been the best if really we uphold what is there and make things seamless. Because with that now, even some selective surgeries is being done free of charge, CS free of charge, and even a laboratory test not up to 10% to the best of my knowledge. And with that, it will reduce this out-of-pocket expenditure. And in the end, that dream of having people attain at least age of 70 years as our life expectancy will be actualized. So that is it. It's the best way to go, but the management has not been living up to standard.
Okay.
And if the federal government can beam their searchlight on it, because earlier than now, it's only the public servant that are accessing it.
Yes.
But even those people in the street now, with this NHIA, can have access to it, so long you maintain your phone.
I was going to ask that, how do we make it accessible for the artisans, the traders, the marketing?
It has been open to all. It's just that people do not have the information.
So the challenge here is information.
Information. If you have access to information, it's really available.
All right.
And there's a lot of improvement in that area.
All right. You know, while we were talking, you just gave us an information about the resident doctors embarking on strike, and this has been a very, should I use the word malignant? That's what people use. That's why when people talk about this MS, it says either it's a malignant tumor or something.
Yes.
And I should say that the case of resident doctors has becoming malignant as far as healthcare sector is concerned in Nigeria. And I want to ask, are you at liberty to speak about what these challenges are?
Well, I'm not their spokesperson.
No, I know.
And the only thing is just that it's advisable you have the contact of their leadership here, so that they will, tell the people why they are going on strike, and then let the people know the reason. But the only advice I want to tell anybody is this: he who throws a stone into the market, it will either hit your relative or your mother.
Okay.
So it's not all about strike. There's need for us to, judge than war. When as much as they have, explored the necessary avenue for dialogue, more has to be done, because a lot of lives will be lost. And life is not only sacred, not only expensive, but also irreplaceable.
All right.
It might be your relative. Now, for somebody is in the world now, that is in oxygen, intensive care unit. A baby might be in incubator now, waiting for you to save its life. So, in as much as I know, the federal government has not been doing it all well, there is need for us to still engage in more dialogue than embarking on strike. But I believe if you invite the leadership, he'll give you the details of all really how to go about it.
Okay. Anyway, I will leave that to when we'll have the resident doctors. But I was going to ask how this impacts on consultants, other health care practitioners let's talk about the UNTH, for example, because I know that, yes, you don't speak for them, but their action, one way or the other, like you've mentioned, could impact on the effectiveness of discharging the function of other healthcare workers in the system.
One thing I want to let you know, my uncle, is that in health sector, in health system, we are team.
Okay.
Just like when we say we are team, if a goalkeeper says he doesn't need the backman, you find out that when the pressure is much, even a cleaner is very, very important. So they are playing a very vital role in the health sector. We need the team to be on ground, because the chain is as strong as its weak joint. So everybody, all hands must be on deck. The doctors, the nurses, the medical laboratory scientists, the pharmacists, and also down to the technicians, the morticians. Everybody is very important. It's a team. One cannot do without the other. And trying to subjugate it means, you are putting the round peg in a square hole. So that is the issue there. And it would have negative impact on the service delivery. Okay. And that is why we're advising. I personally is advising them to, reconsider that strike and go for. Because President Tinubu has been trying, listening to health workers. I know all cannot be done in a day. In a piecemeal, it will be resolved.
Okay. All right, Doctor. On that note, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll continue to probe on these issues.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
All right. Thank you for still staying with us on the Insight. And we've been speaking to Dr. Ejiofor Brendan Mama, the first Vice Chairman Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria, APBN, yes. And he's equally currently the Assistant Director of Medical Laboratory Services, UNTH, Ituku Ozara, Enugu State. Doctor, thank you for giving us insight on a number of issues. Before I want to go into the other issue I want to raise with you, talking about the JAPA syndrome, I want to ask, because we talked about the healthcare system in Nigeria, and it seems that there is a working model in Enugu State.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on the system they've adopted and why other states in Nigeria should toe that same line?
Thank you so much. Governor Dr. Peter Ndubisimba is a man of the moment in Enugu State, because since he came into Enugu State, there are a lot of positive changes, be it in the health sector, infrastructure, and to some extent, security. And when he came on board, instead of following the path of his predecessors, developing local government, he chose to bring governance down to the wards that elected him. And in Enugu State, we have 260 wards, which is the best thing anybody can do. Because you know, when you allot any projects to the local government, some people, some of those big wigs, will hijack it, and it will not get down to the ward level. So when he came on board, he started developing the 260 wards in Enugu State. As we are talking now, not less than about 85% of those 260 wards have type 2 primary health center near completion. And not only that, you are aware of the smart school. It cut across the wards. And that will go a long way in bringing development to the grassroots. So with that now, our advice to him in the technical working group I mentioned earlier was to ensure that all those buildings will not be a mere warehouse. That people, train people, because Enugu State is blessed with institutions that are training health workers. University of Nigeria is leasing not less than 5,000 health professionals, doctors, medical laboratory scientists, pharmacists, radiotherapists, physiotherapists, radiographers, and all of that across all, even down to technician. Are we talking of Enugu State University Teaching Hospital? Are we talking of Federal School of Dental Technology, which is now College of Dental Technology, degree awarding? Are we talking of the SOMAS, State University Medical and Applied Science in Igbaino? And most of these schools are training a lot of health professionals. We have adequate number of them. And they should not only be trained and be wasted and be allowed to JAPA. They should be engaged at those 260 wards so that they will be productive and then also generate revenue for the state. So we have to thank him for that initiative and advise him to ensure that that human resource is very, very important. One thing is building the health facility. Another thing is equipping it. Another thing is giving those equipment a manly look by ensuring that people who man those equipment are trained professionals who are trained to do that. And with that, my brother, it will go a long way in bringing good health and also prolong our life so that in Enugu State we'll be able to beat, because currently the life expectancy in Nigeria is about 66.62%. Let us scale it up to 85, which is doable if we have adequate health system, well managed by professionals, reduce the costs, because out-of-pocket expenditure is really killing the people of Nigeria and Enugu State in particular. Earlier than now, how much are you buying Panadol, ordinary Panadol? How much are you buying it now? Are we talking of malaria? And peradventure, your wife get pregnant, and maybe he doesn't know that Enugu State is rendering free maternity care. You enter into one private a hospital for cesarean section, how much will it cost? And there's need for advocacy so that people will know what the government is doing, so that they will use the opportunity to, get the services within their reach instead of spending from their pockets.
Okay. While you were talking, you keep mentioning about equipments, machines, and all that, and that led me to thinking about the infrastructures in hospitals, and I'm thinking, and I want to ask, what infrastructural deficiencies in hospitals are most critical? Because I've heard you mention the machines that we need. This morning I was engaging with a consultant gynecologist, and she was talking about cancer issues that I would ask you also. She talked about mammogram, and then the machines not being even available beyond perhaps maybe UNTH, could be one only, and could break down as well. So can you speak to this?
When you come to health sector, one thing you might have, you might clerk a patient and find out it might be anything you are doing is speculative until diagnosis is done. And to run that diagnosis, you can't do it with your mere hands. You need instruments, sophisticated instruments that can detect these diseases at molecular level. And all those equipment are very expensive, but they are all buyable if we are committed to it. So, like in a diagnosis centers, like I mentioned earlier than now, I don't see any reason why the 35,000 primary health centers will not have a polymerase chain reaction machine that can detect any disease at the shortest time possible. And also because of the human resource we're endowed with it. Even if you say you want to employ 10,000 medical officers and even medical laboratory scientists, and you do it because the institutions are in the country. Employ them and then train them and retrain from time to time. So, and also in the area of surgery and all those equipment needed for surgery should be provided, so that whenever there is any need for surgery, they should be attended to. And all those need for cancer, as we said earlier, it will be chemotherapy or any other radiotherapy they want to use, it should be available at the primary health center. Because Nigeria is well blessed, richly blessed. The only thing the problem we have is that poor management. We don't manage our resources, and it always gets to the wrong hands. And that will also bring us to the importance of what monitoring. One thing is releasing the fund. Another thing is ensuring that that fund you release is adequately used. Every day you hear people, our leaders, losing our money, and at the end of the day, nothing significant is done. Some that were even caught were given presidential pardon. So all those things are what we really have to, take into cognizance and then tackle it head on. Our equipment is very, very important for radiography, for laboratory, for the doctors in surgery, and all the equipment for the nurses. Even I equip our bed. Right. A situation where somebody will need oxygen and we say we're out of oxygen should not be what we experience in that primary health center. It is doable. I was in Akwa Ibom last year and I see how well equipped their primary health centers are. Okay. I was at Eket. I was at Eket. Among the primary health center, you see how well equipped and they're well. We can do it in Enugu State, right. And I believe PBN is going to do it.
All right, let's go back to national, the issue of Japa in Nigeria, and speaking to a lot of doctors, they talk about the workload, the crest of workload that they have. That there have been instances where doctors themselves, medical practitioners, collapse on duty. They talk about a lot of infrastructural issues. They talk about remuneration as part of the reason why they keep living. And I want to ask, why are you still here, given your experience?
I am still here because I have the interest of my fatherland.
Okay.
And I still have a lot to do. Even if I travel, I only go there for a training and bring it back. Because if all of us leave, who will take care of that your old mother in a village? Who will take care of that your wife? By the end of the day, if we now lose the best hands, just because we are traveling for greener pastures, how will we attain that goal of getting 70 years as our life expectancy? So you choose your priority. That we are here doesn't mean that everything is comfortable, that all is uhuru. It's just service for motherland. And the workload really is increasing on a daily basis.
Okay. And what can we do to foster that?
The only thing we can do is to employ more hands, give them a conducive environment, incentive, and let them feel homely. Okay. And with that, you find out that some people will still stay back. And it also takes us back to our education system. Even when you get down to school, the lecturer-student ratio is very, 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 very low.
Okay.
And with that, they keep on churning out half-baked. Unless you are industrious in your personal ground, there is need for us to always train and retrain even after graduation. So most of them travel overseas to get a better knowledge of what they are doing. Some are living for money, and some also living for insecurity reason. So when we make all these things available in the country, I don't see any reason why anybody should leave his or her fatherland.
Okay. All right. Having said that, Doctor, before I let you go, briefly, I want us to draw from your experience fighting these diseases. Talk about Ebola, talk about COVID-19 and all that. Can you share a little from that experience as a perspective for others?
During COVID, my role in Ebola was not quite, although I participated in the media advocacy and all these things, but I was actively involved in COVID-19, advocating for the need for equipping our health centers, both national and local, news everywhere I was there, and also monitor what is going on in the field. Because one thing is making requests, and also with my input and some of other people who participated in some program, were able to increase the what do we call it, the call duty allowance, hazard allowance of the members of staff or health workers, because then it was just about 35,000 naira, which could not buy us hand gloves. We also advocated for some, locally made nose mask, which after people, immediately after I left the studio, within 2 days later, you see people, making this, because at a point, we were short of all those things. There was limited quantity of nose masks in the streets. So with that, and we also went down to the grassroots, telling people, even the churches, advising them on the need to do what? Adhere strictly to these precautions that are needed. We advise churches to ensure that there is water, not only water, spacing. While in the church, we took it down to all the streets. So, and with that, it was able to yield a lot of results. We even went down to the markets during that time. We did our best then, and to the glory of God, we were able to contain that spread of
COVID, Ebola,
to the nearest minimum. Don't mind me, I say HIV because I'm in HIV unit in University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital, where we have already targeted that by year 2030, there will be no new transmission of HIV. The World Health Organization is doing that. And whenever I have opportunity, I always tell people that is doable, because earlier than now, the mother-to-child transmission was very high, but it has been reduced to just about 0.38%. And those 0.38% of mother-to-child transmissions are those people, those mothers who did not access antenatal care. And with that, you find out that even HIV, which is one of the communicable diseases, the World Health Organization is fighting hard, and they have already met, they're almost meeting their 95% vision. 95% of the human populace knowing their HIV status, 95% of those people who know their status having access to treatment, And then 95% of those people who have access to treatment having what we call viral suppression. And once the viral suppression is achieved, there will be no transmission from infected person. And also the law prohibiting discrimination among people living with HIV has also gone a long way in giving life to people infected with HIV. So sorry I was mentioning HIV, though it's still part of it.
Yes.
I'm doing well about that, but it has to be mentioned.
All right. Doctor, I'm already getting signals that I should let you attend to that, but I can't do that without asking for your last word of advice to our government, to Nigerians concerning the state of emergency of our healthcare.
Thank you so much. I always echo my advice on the incident that happened 4 years ago. That was COVID. When the COVID broke out, all those rich people were locked in Nigeria. They were now forced to face the mess they created. And God doesn't sleep. We are not praying for any other outbreak. But please, are you a local government chairman, a councillor? Make sure you develop the grassroots, health-wise. Make sure that that health center in your community is well equipped. Make sure that you employ health workers that are capable to manage those equipment, and then pay them well and create conducive environments. And above all, health is wealth. I advise people to always check their health status, run your routine tests, more especially check your BP regularly, and also to the government, please, 5.1% annual budget to health sector is abysmally low. Remember, you people gathered in Abuja in 2001 to agree that at least 15% of the annual budget should be allocated to health. And that should also go down to the states. While the state is making their annual budget, they should also put that into cognizance, so that in the end we have adequate funds. And also a task force to monitor how the money disbursed is being utilized. So with that, I think I have to thank you for having me in the program.
All right.
And then may God bless.
All right. All right. You, our audience, you've heard every minute of delay translates into lost citizens, lost productivity, and lost faith in our future. It's time to act or lose more. And we're grateful to you, Dr. Ejiofor Brendan Mama, the first Vice Chairman, Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria, immediate past Chairman, Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, and presently the Assistant Director of Medical Laboratory Services, UNTH, Ituku Ozala, Enugu State, Nigeria. Thank you for speaking with us.
To be here.
Thank you so much. Yes. So, and to you, our wonderful viewers, remember that your views matter to us. Reach us with the hashtag @Aneke all on our social media handles, Facebook, X, TikTok, and YouTube. Till we come your way, same time next week. I'm your host, Uche Osai.
I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ibai. Ekele mu. Ojo kwani eje gondo. Ndo ana atoka. Onya na ke nya no na agwo. Ibai adino. Ogologo ndo. Aruike. Na oduma eje ne ndo anya. Na onye ngori eje ne ndo anya. Elufuta muria. Imana na nsogbu ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ ndụ na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene na-ekene maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya amara na ya dịka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịla anyị mma ndị be anya onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere nke
na mbụ ọja m na-asị ekekele ụwa na ọkwa ọja ekenekwa gị n'eluigwe na ala na-ekene gị n'urukpuru na kpakpando na-ekene gị n'ugwu na ndịna na-ekene gị
And welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakoba. Now to the headlines. President Tinubu asked new service chiefs to crush emerging armed groups. FCT police rescue 23 foreign kidnapped victims in Nasarawa. Suspected robber arrested in Kebbi, motorcycle seized. Nigerian tertiary staff begin receiving welfare payments. Ogun government summons suspended local government chairmen and councillors. U.S. Embassy defends revocation of Soyinka's visa. Ondo governor gives SUVs to traditional rulers in show of respect. Nigerians' first real-time election dashboard to debut in Anambra. Now to the details of the news. Coming from national security, President Bola Tinubu has charged the newly decorated service chiefs to act decisively against emerging security threats, warning that new snakes must be smashed right in the head before they grow. Speaking at the council chamber of the State House, Abuja, where the 4 security chiefs were decorated with their ranks, the president said the appointment marks the beginning of the renewed effort to ensure peace and security for all Nigerians. The event followed the Senate's confirmation of the nominees a day earlier after a 2-hour closed-door screening. The president praised the military for reclaiming territories once held by terrorists and rescuing countless victims of abductions, but said the government would not relent until peace is fully restored. He urged the new military heads to be decisive and proactive. He urged the military leaders to embrace innovation, intelligence sharing, and technology-driven operations, assuring them of his administration's full backing. The FCT Police Command has rescued 23 foreign nationals who were kidnapped and trafficked by a criminal gang in Nasarawa State. According to Police Commissioner Mila Dantawaye, the victims, 14 men, 8 women, and a child, were freed during a late-night raid by the Scorpion Squad in Adoma, Raraba. Intelligence reports revealed the victims were lured into Nigeria with fake job offers before being held hostage for ransom. 14 suspects, including the alleged gang leader Abubakar Jigiba, were arrested during the operation. The kidnappers had reportedly demanded 10 million naira per victim before the police intervention. The rescued victims are now receiving medical attention at the National Hospital, Abuja, while the police continue to trace others connected to the syndicate. Police in Kebbi State have arrested a 22-year-old suspected armed robber Basiru Lawali and recovered a stolen motorcycle following a violent attack on a commercial rider. The incident happened along the Gwandu-Berin Kebbi Road on October 22nd. According to police reports, the 32-year-old victim was ambushed by a gang of robbers who inflicted head injuries and escaped with his red Boxer motorcycle and phone. Lawali was later tracked down by operatives and confessed to the crime, naming 3 other suspects who are still at large. The case has been transferred to the State Criminal Investigation Department for further action. Police have urged commercial motorcyclists to remain cautious, especially at night, and to promptly report suspicious movements in their areas. The federal government has begun the disbursement of the Tertiary Institution Staff Support Fund to improve welfare and boost productivity among university and polytechnic workers. Over 9,000 verified academic and non-academic staff from 219 institutions have so far received payments, representing 28% of approved applicants. The initiative, launched under President Tinubu's Renewed Hope agenda, provides zero-interest loans of up to 10 million naira to cover housing, healthcare, and education needs. Minister of Education Dr. Tunji Alausa described the program as a major step toward rebuilding trust and morale in the education sector. He assured that quarterly reports will be published to ensure transparency in managing the fund. The program forms part of the Nigeria Education Sector Renewal Initiative designed to strengthen institutional excellence and support professional growth nationwide. The Ogun State government has summoned both the suspended chairman of Ado-Odo Ota local government, Alhaji Wasiu Adewale, and the councillors who suspended him to an emergency meeting in Abeokuta. The chairman was suspended for 3 months over alleged financial mismanagement and insubordination. Council members accused Adewale of failing to provide detailed financial records and disregarding repeated official requests. In his absence, Vice Chairman Abosede Balogun has been directed to act as chairman pending the outcome of the investigation. Adewale, however, insists the suspension is fake and politically motivated, though he has yet to respond officially to the allegations. The state government says the meeting aims to resolve the matter peacefully and restore normal governance at the council. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on all Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. President Tinubu asked new service chiefs to crush emerging armed groups. FCT police rescued 23 foreign kidnap victims in Nasarawa. Suspected robber arrested in Kebbi, motorcycle seized. Nigerian tertiary staff begin receiving welfare payments. Ogun Governor summons suspended local government chairmen and councillors. And coming up shortly, U.S. Embassy defends revocation of Soyinka's visa. Ondo Governor gives SUVs to traditional rulers in show of respect. Nigerians' first real-time election dashboard to debut in Anambra. We'll be right back.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimi Kemede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Welcome back. The U.S. Embassy in Lagos has defended the revocation of Professor Wole Soyinka's B1, B2 visa, saying visa privileges can be withdrawn at any time under U.S. law. In a statement, the consulate explained that visa records are confidential and revocations are made at the discretion of the American government. Professor Soyinka, age 91, confirmed receiving a notice dated October 23rd requesting him to submit his passport for visa cancellation. He said he was unaware of any wrongdoing that could justify the action, recalling only 2 minor incidents many years ago. The embassy, however, said Soyinka remains eligible to reapply for a new visa if he meets the requirements. The move has since sparked debate over U.S. travel policies and the treatment of African intellectuals and frequent travelers. In Ondo State, Governor Lucky Ayedatiwa has presented brand new Toyota SUVs to traditional rulers in recognition of their contributions to peace and community development. The event took place in Akure, where Grade A Monarchs received Toyota Fortuners, while Grade B and C are to receive Toyota Cross 2025 models later. Governor Ayedatiwa said the gesture reflects his administration's respect for traditional institutions and commitments to their welfare. He also highlighted the completion of a modern secretariat for traditional rulers and the prompt release of statutory allocations. Commissioner for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs Alhaji Amidu Takuro praised the initiative, while the Olowo of Owo, Oba Ajibade Ogunoye, called it a symbol of unity and appreciation. The monarchs pledged continued partnership with the state government to sustain peace and development across Ondo State. Anambra will make history on November 8 when Nigeria's first AI-powered election result dashboard goes live during the state's governorship election. Developed by Soft Smart Enterprise Solution, the system allows citizens to monitor results in real time from polling units up to state level. Managing Director Charles Yakubu said the platform reads and analyzes from EC8A sheets with 95% accuracy, providing live votes tallies similar to systems used in the US and UK. He described the initiative as a breakthrough for transparency and citizen participation in Nigeria's electoral process. The dashboard will automatically display progressive results as they are uploaded, helping to reduce post-election disputes. Observers say the innovation could set a new standard for credible and technology-driven elections across the country. Now to business news. The federal government has unveiled NIPOST automated payment solution for international parcels designed to simplify customs processes and enhance transparency. The platform integrates Paystack for secure payments, Sandbox for tracking, and Messenger for final delivery to customers. Minister of Communication Bosun Tijani said the move aligns with government's drive for efficient, citizen-focused digital services. Postmaster General Tola Odeyemi described it as a milestone in NIPOST modernization, ensuring real-time revenue remittance to the Treasury. Customers will now receive payment notification via SMS, email or WhatsApp, reducing the need to visit post offices. NIPOST also plans to expand the system to support export logistics under the Trade Post project promoting cross-border e-commerce. Moving over to sports. Nigerian's women's basketball coach Rena Wakama has been appointed head coach of Hive BC in the United States unrivaled basketball league. The 32-year-old, who led the Tigers to Afro basketball victories in 2023 and 2025, will now head one of the league's two new expansion teams. Wakama, who also guided Nigeria to the quarterfinals at the Paris Olympics, previously worked with Chicago Sky and several American college teams. Her appointment was confirmed alongside 7 other coaches as the league prepares for its 2025-2026 season. Co-founders Brenna Stewart and Nefesa Collier praised Wakama's record, saying her leadership will bring global recognition to the league. The Nigerian coach says she is eager to build a competitive squad and continue representing Africa at the highest level of women basketball. And now to entertainment. Nollywood actor Bolanle Ninalowo has amused fans after sharing a light-hearted exchange with his teenage daughter online. In a viral post, she called him both father and dad while asking him to oil her car ahead of a school event. Reacting, the actor joked about the constant demands of being a girl dad, saying, "Na so billing ala ye wey be girl they go they chop steady." The moment drew laughter and warm reaction from his followers. Ninalowo, who has 2 children, continues to share family moments despite his 2023 divorce. He is now in a relationship with actress Damilola Adebite, with whom he recently went public on social media. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. President Bola Tinubu has charged the newly decorated service chief to act decisively against emerging security threats, warning that new snakes must be smashed right in the head before they grow. Police and the FCT have rescued 23 foreign kidnapped victims in Nasarawa. The federal government has begun disbursing welfare funds to tertiary institution staff nationwide. And Anambra State prepares to introduce Nigeria's first AI-powered election result tracker for its November 8 poll. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness report, please call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Sogwa, and the entire news team, I am Deborah Wakoba, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Hello, I'm Deborah Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ibai. Ekele m. Ọjụ kwana ihe eji agọ ndụ. Ndụ a na-atọka. Onye anabara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adị nọ. Ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma. Ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya. Na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya. Na-elufuta nwere ya. Ịmara na nsogbu riri. Ya Olise bụ anyị na-ekele gị. Chukwu okike. Onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị, anyị na-ekele gị. Na-ekele gị maka tata, na-ayọ maka echi. Maka na ọsọ maka ebe echi anyị amara. Na ya dị ka echi, na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ. Na ihe ya adịla anyị mma. Ndị be anyị onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere nke
na mbụ ọja m na-asị ekekele ụwa na ọkwa ọja ekenekwa gị n'eluigwe na ala na-ekene gị n'urukpuru na kpakpando na-ekene gị n'ugwu na ndịna na-ekene gị maka ka onye si eme ka ekwesị akpụ ya ka onye si eme ka ọja si akpụ ya ihe a bụ Aneke TV.
Ibe anyị ekele m ọ jụụ kwana ihe eji agọ ndụ ndụ a na-atọka onye anabara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adịnọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịrụfụta nwere ya ịmara na nsogbu riri ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene gị na-ekene gị maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka ebe echi anya mara na ya dịka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịla anyị mma ọ ya dịla onye ọ na mma ịdịkwazị ọgbaghị nọ ya ahịa na-anọdụ n'ala Igbo eke oyi nkwọ awụ ka ọ dị mma ndị be anya onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị ga-enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere nke
na be anyị amechi na ọ bụ ọkụ na anọ anyị adawo aga ọjị a na-awa ha abịa ji na ọjị na-eke ịkya na a na-agụ ya a na-ejide ọjị na-eka nri ana m erachi ihe kere ihe na ihe wara ihe Chineke nna kere enu ke ana m akpọkụ ndị ezigbo mmadụ niile nọchawọrọ ndụ na amechi ọkụ na anọ na anụ ọkụ na anọ na anụ Nkanụ na anụ Nta Egbe na-ese na anụ Enugu steeti na-asị biko na ọ bụ ha metere ihe ọma ka anyị na-asị ha gbadata ha bịa tara ọjị anyị na-asị eke ka eke ketere anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị ahwọ ka ahwọ ghọtara anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị nkwọ ka nkwọ kwọtara anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị orie ka orie rutere anyị ihe ọma ihe ndị a niile ka anyị na-arịọ nna sị ka ị bịa mere anyị wetere anyị udo n'ala Igbo wetere anyị udo n'ala Naịjirịa wetere anyị ịhụnanya wetere anyị ọganihu wetere anyị ihe niile bụ ihe na-eme obodo adị mma nna biko ihe ndị a ka anyị na-arịọ kwetewo na imeworo anyị karịa ka anyị rịọrọ n'ịhwa Chineke nna kere enu ka ana bụ Chukwu okike abịama
ndị be anyị ọjị abịa anyị na-ekene osebụrụ ụwa ekene Chukwu okike nna ketara anyị oge kere igwe ka anyị na-ata ọjị anyị chọrọ iwe ọjị ị na-awa n'otu awa n'ibe achị ka ị goziela anyị taa ka ihe ọma hụkwa gwute anyị na-akpọku ndị nna nna anyị ha bụ ndị mere ọhụma goziela ya eke gozie ori gozie nkwọ mee ka ndị ọbụla na-agagharị na-achọghị ha ga-eri mee ọhụma na ndị sokwa ụzọ ọtọ ndị kwụkwara ụzọ na-eje n'ụzọ kwụrụ ọtọ soro ka iwu Chukwu ji wee dị Chukwu na anyị siri ka anyị wụọ gị a tata nde udo na ọgụ na-aga m n'ihu ka ọ dịrị anyị mma ndewo. Anyị na-ewepụta ile ọjị na-egosi ụmụnna anyị okenye na-awa ọjị ndị ọzọ na-awa ọjị na-enye ile ọjị nsọfụrụ maka na ebe a ọ na ile ọjị a ka eji ama eziokwu iweta ọjị kpọọ ya ọzọ na-asa ile ọ ga-eji na-ekwu eziokwu onye sara ile weta ile ọjị were na-ekpe ekpere were na-aga ọhụụ ọ ga-ekwuneta eziokwu. Ọjị a anyị na-enye nsọfụrụ ọjị ruo ịnọ otu a ata ya o ruo ise atakwa ya mana ọ bido ruo na asaa ịma na ị ga-egbu anụ ị ga-egbu ọkụkọ.
igwe maka na ọ mabụrụ okwu izizi na igwe nwa anụ jeke elu ya aka abịa zọrọ igwe ka igwe
obodo ọlọkwa ebe nwa ya ji
Going by the strong belief and conclusions of a lot of people, that premarital relationships is the only gateway to attaining good marriages. I may have to ask you, if you believe this, hook, line, and sinker. It is on this note that will bring you this edition of Youth Focus on Aneke TV. It is a program that cares about the young people in all of their affairs. Everything they do, that's the program we are talking about. To achieve this, we make opinions, we give commendations, criticisms, motivations, and lots more. Then we give credence to you as a youth who is a regular viewer of this particular program. Thank you so much for being there with us. You can always find us on our social media handles, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube at Aneke TV. Then you see how amazing we can be with programs. Thank you. Believe me, I have important personalities today on the program as guests. Let me introduce to you, by my left is Mesoma Ogudire, who is a student. Mesoma, you're welcome.
Thanks.
And then I have a barrister, Nenna Anozie. She is the founder, Nenna Anozie Foundation, and she is the founder, Fresh Mama Skills Academy. You're welcome, barrister.
Thank you so much, Abasi.
All right, our topic for today is relationship that will lead to marriage. And of course, this is the part 2 of it. A fortnight ago, we embarked on the part 1 of this particular topic, where we established the necessity of premarital relationships. And as a matter of fact, we tried to demarcate between relationship and the marriage. That's what's the difference between relationship and marriage. And again, we looked at why a lot of young people refuse to go into a relationship for the fear of premarital sex. And as a matter of fact, sometimes they get into marriages. What happened to such a marriage? All right, but today, let's continue from where we stopped by looking at what the essence of this marriage, the premarital relationship is. Barrister.
Okay, thank you so much, Abasi. It's always nice being here. I so much like this topic, and I was also delighted when I came and I saw a young person. Sometimes you don't get to hear some of these things in the churches, maybe in the pulpits and all of that. So it's a good thing Aneke TV is doing, presenting this topic. What's the essence of premarital relationship? So I will start by saying that you can't just as a grown-up person go into marriage, people think marriage is just something you go into then come out. It's like a lifetime thing. So before you embark on such a lifetime journey, wisdom demands that, first of all, you want to know that person you're going into that relationship with. You want to know what interests this person. You want to know the ideology of this person. You want to know what this person believes in. There was a post I made, I said, if I understand your mindset, I will know who you are. So you need to know this person I want to go into marriage with. Even if it's for 2 months, 3 months, let me understand. I know you cannot know somebody in and out completely, but at least by conversing, talking with this person, relating with this person, before entering into the actual marriage, you can say, oh, I understand this person's belief, I understand this person's thought pattern, I understand this person's likes and dislikes. That is the essence of, it's not about sex. And that's why some young persons, that's where some young persons miss it. When you just think that premarital relationship is about sex. It's not about sex. And once you get involved in sex, you begin to have sex, you will not be able to be intentional about noticing some faults. Because that time of pre-relationship or premarital relationship is a time you're purposeful, you are intentional, your spiritual and physical antennas are open.
Everything is at alert.
Everything is at alert.
Thank you so much. Let's hear from Mesoma before you continue. Mesoma, yes, what do you have to say about the necessity of...
I would say that premarital relationship before marriage is very, very important. I'm not going to lie. In as much as, just like she said, you cannot get to know somebody, you can't get to know somebody immediately, know the in and out of someone immediately, but I feel like you can't hide your character for long. One day you surely touch that temperament of them and you will get to know them. There is no how you will hide your character. One day they will touch that particular spot in you and you bring out yourself, something like that. So I feel...
Okay, go on.
I feel like it's very important because you get to know them, you get to know what they like. You get to know if you can blend with their character. If this person is someone you can live with, you can be in the same space with. Because the reason why we have most broken homes now is that most of them, they don't get to know their partners. So when you enter, you find out that this person you just got married to, you can't stay in the same space. But the person will look, like say, will be toxic to you, or the relationship will look toxic to you because you didn't get to know them. You didn't get to, but that relationship during that time, that's when you get to know if you can actually stay with this person, if you can blend with this person, if you can understand this person, something like that. So.
All right, thank you so much, Barrister. I don't know if it's wrong for me to believe that before you finally met the man you are living with now, you were in a relationship before then?
With the man.
With the man, or either with the man or with someone else before you met him?
Okay, so
how did it
go? On the 15th of this month, that was 2 or 3 days ago, my marriage was 20 years. Yes. So I
congratulations.
My 20th wedding anniversary. And I looked back, I was like, honey, it's already 20 years old. Can you imagine? You know, we saw ourselves, at that time he was already a pastor. I was just a church member, and I didn't say, oh, because he was a pastor, he was perfect. Therefore, once he came, I would just, no. We met in November the previous year, and we got married in October the next year. So that's like almost 1 year. We were trying to understand ourselves. We were courting. Yeah, I think that's the word. We were courting. We were in a courtship. We were in a relationship. So the things I couldn't have looked at his way as an ordinary pastor to me, but because I want to go into marriage with him, I was observing everything. So when he's speaking, I was, Oyenka, am I sure I'll be able to live with Oyenka? You know, so you are intentional because you have, it's like a business. You have something is at stake. Your life is at stake.
And it's also fun to hear that pastors, when they're on the pulpit, they see the unmarried even seated in the church.
For God, they're not human beings. They are human beings. And they don't want to make mistakes, and they want to abide by the Bible.
Wonderful.
You must marry from the front.
Okay.
So, but beyond that, I didn't just go in. I said, no, for almost 1 year, November the previous year to October the next year, we were trying to understand ourselves. Just like she said, time is a revealer. You see, anything that's happening, give it time. Time will reveal who is pretending. One day you touch that, you know the temperament of that person, how the person gets angry, how the person speaks. You monitor the friends. Because I see, in my profession as a lawyer, I've seen few months, 5 months marriages coming to me to say we want divorce. I'm telling you. And in fact, there was even one from the hotel the day they got wedded. From the day they got wedded in the hotel where they should be doing honeymoon, they were quarreling. And I was like, what is the problem? Is it that you people did not see these things? But it's just that they see those red flags, but they choose to ignore it. They choose to make excuses of it because maybe they've started enjoying sex, or maybe they're enjoying money, or maybe they're just desperate. They want to go into marriage. These are things that make them to look away from those red flags they see during those premarital, or some of them don't even go into premarital relationship because they are trying to avoid sex, like you said. Sex is not all there is about premarital relationship.
And you are saying that someone doesn't have to be desperate in going into marriage?
You don't have to. Because, see, I was just coming out from where I spoke to women. I say, marriage, your marital status does not define you. In fact, as a matter of fact, nothing even defines you. It's your character that defines you. When you speak, when you do anything, I will know, oh, this person, this is who you are. So don't allow any societal construction define you. Oh, she's not a married woman. She's a divorcee. She doesn't have children. And that's why you are going crazy, all out, being desperate. You are going to all the prayer houses to get married, to get children. I counsel women. I say, no. These things don't define you, and they should not be what gives you joy. So that each one you are entering into, you open your eyes very well. So be it a relationship, open your eyes. Look well. When I got married 20 years ago, my husband came to me not having a car, not having a bicycle, not having anything. Hello. But today, we can count so many things that God has blessed us with.
You tell us more of that. Let's get to Mesoma. Mesoma, how has it been?
Being in a relationship.
With your relationship.
Relationship requires a lot, actually. It requires, like say, trust, relationship. Love itself is pain.
Tell us your
Love
personal experience. Personal experience.
Speaking of personal experience, I've been in I've been in a relationship before, and probably not just one relationship, but I've gotten to know people, both as friends. Relationship is not just about someone you have like sexual relationship with. I've had relationship just as friends, normal relationship. It's just mostly trust and understanding. You have to learn to trust someone you're with. You have to trust that they are honest. You have to trust that whatever they tell you, they are being honest with you. You have to be transparent. You have to be open. For you to be in a relationship with someone, you have to know that you don't have to hide yourself, your personal self, your lifestyle from the person. Because it's like someone you are trying to get to know. This is someone you are hoping for a future with. You don't know where it's leading to, whether friendship or relationship with opposite gender or something. You don't know where it's leading. So you have to be transparent. You have to be open-minded. You have to be ready to be honest. You don't have to hide yourself. You have to understand the person. You need to learn to be understanding for a relationship to grow. You have to be understanding. You have to also be caring. Someone, if you love someone, you have to care for the person. It's not. You have to want to wish something good for them, like a good future for them or something. You have to look out for them. So it's been a roller coaster. Let me use that word. Being in relationships, but at least I've gotten to understand different personalities of people. Okay. And I will not say I'm perfect now, but at least I've known the kind of personality I can blend with and the kind I cannot blend.
So if now becomes the time for marriage, you are ready to go. You are good to go. If it's now you're joining us, it's Youth Focused on Aneke TV. And our topic has been relationship that will lead to marriage, part 2 of it. My name is Chukwamaka Obasa, and I'll be here with wonderful personalities. This is Mesoma Ogudire, who is a student, and I have Barrister Nena Anozie. Thank you so much. Let's continue. Barrister, let us look for a way we identify the best approaches to who is a good partner. That is, for a beginner now, how do you identify somebody who is good for relationship that will probably metamorphose into marriage?
Okay, thank you, Obasi. There's no strict way because God is all-knowing. In fact, even the Bible says that the heart of man is desperately wicked. Who can know it? Okay, but when it comes to relationship, being intentional, like Mesoma said that with the experiences she has had, she could say, okay, I know the kind of people I can be with and those I cannot be because she has seen them. And I always tell people, even as a young lady or as a young man, before you think about marriage or entering into any kind of relationship, first of all, know what's you. Who are you? Because you can't give what you don't have. Who are you? Are you a good person? Yes, so I have to look out for a good person too that can be my friend.
Do you think anybody will believe he or she is a bad person?
Okay, that means you are lying to yourself. You don't want to tell yourself the truth because in your life, starting from your family, people, your parents will say, "You are lazy. You are like this. You are like that." They will be telling you. Friends would have been telling you. And if you tell yourself the truth, you will know yourself. So if you have known yourself that you're a good person, look for a good person. And how will you know the person? Look at what does the person believe? What does the person believe in? What faith does he or she profess? Is he in the same faith with you? Like I come from the church angle, we will say don't be unequally yoked together with unbelievers. You're a believer. You go and marry someone who is not a believer. Anything you see, you take. So it depends. That's why I say it depends.
Barrister, who will marry those unbelievers?
They have unbelievers too.
Then how will they repent to make heaven?
That is what I'm saying. If, for instance, you want to use me to begin to test, like what we do in Igbo land, a man will be an ohogori. God forgive me, or you, with all due respect to men, they will see an ohogori man and they will say, "Jenonia wine, go and marry for him." Have you not heard it before?
And sometimes when he's been married for, the ohogori will go away from his life.
It's a lie.
That's the power of women.
They use women to pursue madness. That's the genesis of gender-based violence in homes, domestic violence. Because the man will begin to unleash the ohogori. Even if the ohogori will go, he will unleash it first of all on the woman. The woman will take it. So when you look at these things, you ask yourself, why do you go into such a relationship in the first place? When you have noticed that this person is an ohogori man, this person is not in the same faith and belief as you. So when you are saying marry somebody who will marry an unbeliever. Imagine as I am now, I marry you, an unbeliever, and I come in the man and say, let's pray. Good morning. Say, which one is it? Come on, get out. For how long will I endure? I would have been abused. so for so long before your holiness will leave. No. So the best thing is who you are will determine who you look out for. And what do you look out for before entering? To know whether this relationship is even going to start. This person, is he a truthful person? Who are his friends? They say, show me your friend, I'll tell you who you are. Who are his friends? Where does he come from? His family background. I always link to the Bible. Even Abraham told the servant, please, don't go anywhere. Go to my kindred. He said, come and swear. He even made the man to swear that you must go to my people to get married, a wife for my son Isaac. Yes. And he traveled all the way. So there's something that has to do with your family, your background.
Yeah, let me pick something from that holiness.
Not even viewers will understand what is
Barrister is trying to say that you don't get married to an Ohogoli man because domestic violence is bound to occur. But a lot of the divorces we see today, they didn't start with a Ohogoli man. A lot of them started with responsible men. And along the line, something happened.
But they didn't look well. They didn't see the holiness in that man.
Did not search.
They didn't search. At that time, that man, they would have gone out one day, and the man will react anyhow to the friends. It may not be to you. You see, Papa, your baby girl, baby. But the next person is an animal on that person. The family, the friends, the way he reacts. Even when two of you are seated in a bus going somewhere, the way he shout at the bus driver or just be intentional. The challenge is that our young people are not intentional about the day. When we were cutting, I told my husband, I said, do you not have known the kind of person you are? He said, how do you know? I said, look at it now, like this, like that. So you must know, but you may choose to ignore it, and whatever you see.
You have re-emphasized on being intentional.
Yes.
Ms. Oma, it is good one becomes intentional, but let's target with time. For how long should one be in a relationship before marriage to apply that intentions and that focus of trying to know if that person or that man is responsible or an Ohogoli man?
Speaking from experience, Sha, I don't think most is enough for you to get to know someone. But okay. I can't say, just because nowadays if you're in a relationship for long, they'll be like, they target something else, or it's like you're wasting your time. So I'll be like, for me, I'll say talking stage of being in a relationship should last like a year.
Talking stage?
Or relationship should last like a year and above. Because this man,
What do you mean by talking stage, please?
Okay, talking stage, I can say talking stage when you're getting
You
to
do
know
nothing
someone.
other than talking?
Yes, nothing.
Like you sit down and talk all day?
Nothing sexual, nothing...
Okay.
Nothing, we like say romantic. They will smart caring, but not like romantic or something like that. But at least friendship. I'll just call it innocent friendship. Let me use the word innocent friendship. You guys get to know each other, know your likes, dislikes, your friends, hang out, and all of that. So that's what we mean by talking stage. But speaking from experience, I'll be like a year and should be enough, because you cannot hide your character for up to a year. One day in that 12 months, something must happen.
But what do you have to say about we've seen partners in a relationship who have lasted for 7, 8 years, and even more than that, and the relationship continues without marriage?
Without marriage?
Yes.
It will still lead to marriage one day. Probably when they feel maybe the guy is facing some, like he's still getting to be financially stable or something like that, because money is another thing. Before you go into marriage, you have to consider the financial capability of the guy, and you have to consider, even you as a guy, you have to consider your finance, because it's not easy to like raise a home. It's not easy to like cater for people, to take care of people. You have to be financially stable. You have to have money.
Barrister, I don't know why you choose to laugh profusely on this particular one. Yes, Ms. Oma is a young person.
Yeah, why I'm laughing is because she made it look like money is gender-based.
Okay.
I like to balance gender. So she was talking as if money is gender-based. That's only the man that should prepare financially.
Okay. I'm stable financially, yes.
Because I know that if the woman is financially stable, and you have courted for 6 years,
okay,
and you are seeing that it's money that is holding this man, why not bring out money? Let two of you marry now.
It's not possible.
It's not possible.
It's not possible. Even as a normal Igbo man, like as an Igbo man, or like let me not just generalize as Igbo. As a man, you should not allow a woman to like bring money for wedding or bride price or something like that. It's not possible. Like it's not supposed.
It's not supposed.
Maybe when you guys are married, when you must have used your money to like get married to her or something like that, she can be supportive inside the marriage, but not to use her money to get married to you or something like that, or to get married to herself.
But is that the way establish this as a fact?
It's not.
What do you have to say?
You know, I understand where she's coming from. That's the norm, the social construct, the tradition is that a man will bring money. In fact, your family will ask you, self. I remember when I was getting married, they asked me, does your husband have 4 legs? 4 legs, bumoto. Does he have this? Does he have that? Where does he work? And all? Nobody remembers the woman. And it continues to be our challenge today. I always tell people, poverty is not the face of a woman. So in this time, I think we should pass, the mindset of our young people should be changed, or should be made to change. That if you are in a relationship and you see that this man is struggling, because if you are not able to do it, you won't be able to do it in mess of man when you marry. If you do it one day, do it, you say, I'm the only one providing in this home. What are you doing as a man?
No.
But if I understand, but no, if you have
you will take your turn. You will take your turn
to love this man, and you have done
unconditionally.
Yes, you have checked, and you people are good. The only thing remaining now is money, and you are a medical doctor earning so much, and the guy is still struggling financially. Who will know that you are the one bringing money? Just say, honey, maybe it's money that is holding us. Both of you will do your thing and finish and enter. Nobody will. That's why even now we are not telling people, if you're a young lady, even though Bible says he that finds a woman, a wife finds a woman, but nothing stops you. You have now friends. You have been intentional about, relating with
and
this
getting
person,
ready
and
to get married.
Two of you are okay with yourselves, but maybe the man lacks the courage to come and tell you, I want to marry you. You can position yourself, read the Bible. Somebody like mother-in-law to Ruth. What's her name again? Is it Naomi? Naomi. She told the daughter-in-law how to position herself to be able to be attractive to Boaz. So you can position yourself.
That happened in the Bible too?
Yes, of course. She when you go there, lie like this, do like this. And the man noticed her. So nothing stops you from when I talk like this. But that is true. Because if you are waiting, the man may not pick the courage. And the moment you now move out, the guy will say he's heartbroken.
I think we'll have better understanding of what being intentional is all about.
Honestly, if not.
Thank you so much. Yes, we've spoken about this from the angle of having money to begin marriage. Yes. Let's talk about love and understanding now. Okay. As a principle, I may say, let's assume good relationship is such a relationship that will end up in marriage. Any bad relationship will not end up in marriage. Thank you so much. We have been on the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. We want to observe a short break. We shall be right back.
Welcome to Aneke TV, the heartbeat of culture, truth, and innovation. From breaking news to inspiring documentaries, from grassroots traditions, mysteries of life to global perspectives, we'll tell your stories. We amplify your voice and your vision. With every screen we light up, we connect, inform, and empower. It's more than a television. This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Thank you so much. Back from the short break. We are still on the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. We have discussed and we are continuing discussing the topic relationship that will lead to marriage, part 2. And I'll be here with wonderful guests. I have Mesoma Ogudire here, who is a student, and I have an older person who is a barrister, Nena Anozie. She is the founder, Nena Anozie Foundation, and she is also the founder, Fresh Mama Skills Academy. Let's continue. Before we went on the break, we were talking about the principles of a good relationship that will lead to good marriages. We talked about the money and what money stands and who brings the money and who do not bring the money. And of course, barrister, your position was that whosoever that had the money at the moment should bring it. in as much as the money solves the problem.
Yes.
And the Mesoma said no, that the man has to bring the money home. Yes.
Not in every situation, but
Okay.
in terms of marriage, I feel like the man has to be the one to provide the money for the marriage.
What if it's
But
a man you love so much and he doesn't have the money at the moment to get married to you
Love is
while you
patience.
have the money in your account?
Love is patience. You be patient when the money
Or
comes.
you wait as long as the
Yeah,
money...
you can give him money to invest in something that will give him more money to come and marry you. But to bring out your money and give to him, take, come and pay my bride price. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Okay,
Even to you
that's-
as a man, it's a slap on your face.
Mm.
That's not supposed.
Okay. But I may take this as just Mesoma's submission, which I don't think you believe.
It's not really a submission. That's the submission of most young people.
Okay.
They don't believe that I should give a man my money to come and marry me. You know, you do some things out of wisdom, not because you. As long as you are not desperate. You know, we are talking about relationship. Both of you have related for years, okay, and you love what you're seeing. He loves you. You love him. What is now remaining is money. Yes, patience is okay, but who knows that it's you that brought the money? After all, do you not buy him things? Do you not? So you can just use it and say, okay, that money you want to give him to invest in his business. But yeah, take this money and let's see how we can start up a life. After all, the Bible says, he that finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor. Maybe I'm that favor you're waiting for to make your money. I've seen so many, even mine is an example. I was telling my husband 3 days ago, that was our 20th wedding anniversary, that can you see we are fulfilling scripture? You came married to marry me without even a bicycle. Today, how many cars have you ridden? That will tell you that I am a good thing and you have obtained favor from the Lord. So maybe if you had not married me now, you still be a poor man. So that is how it is. So sometimes you just shift away from the norm, especially the social norm, that how can a woman bring money to, I mean, nobody cares. The most important thing is that this person you are caring for is not an ohogori.
Okay.
This person you are caring for is somebody that you know that loves me and I love him, and we have courted for years or for a long time. We've known ourselves and we can stay together. So why wait until what is even money? Who determines? Because that's another social construction. You are waiting for when you do elaborate wedding. You can walk into the registry and do your marriage this thing without much, as long as that young man has a steady means of income. You too, you have. All right? So both of you are earning. But now it is more to come and do the societal wedding that everybody will see that, hey, Mesoma is married though. It's not your own Mesoma. You know, so it can be done. Do you get? So that is it. You don't need to wait for that. There will always be time for celebration. I was telling my husband, we don't need to celebrate it. He said, no, we say, because we may not have celebrated a lot of things in the past because we didn't have the money. So as the money is coming, if you did not celebrate your wedding very well, you can celebrate child dedication. You can celebrate the housewarming. So just do your small wedding that will accommodate your level at that time. That way, you stop this long cutting without any, as long as you are sure you have checked all the things you need to check and you are okay.
Alison Mesoma is convinced now. And I believe our viewer is also convinced that since you can give a male partner in a relationship money to invest in a business, you can also bring the money for marriage. It doesn't make any sense.
I will stick to the point where she said, not where she said you can give, because I won't, but I can stick to the part where she said maybe you can do the wedding you can afford for now. And then maybe later on, like, I'll use this celebrity, like, they know her as Warrior Pekin. She just recently did her dream wedding. She called it her dream wedding. But she had gotten married before and she has done, like, a traditional marriage and all of that. But now that they now have money, she did her dream wedding. Like, she did it with her husband. So you can as well do the one you can afford, even if it's just to pay the dowry and parents handover and all of that. Or even court marriage. It doesn't require much. Then when you have your own money, when you have the money, you can come and we'll do our dream wedding. It's not like you will not be supportive, or you will support. But in the case where the man is not, like, doesn't have money and you want to give him your own money to come and marry you back.
I believe somebody is happy you've spoken like this. All right. On the principles of good relationship that will lead to good marriage, let's bring love to the table.
Okay.
What's the place of love in a good relationship?
Love is good.
And sacrifice too.
In a relationship, but it depends on the definition of love. You know, what we define as love sometimes is the person is giving me money, the person is caring. They're all part of love. But do you know that love is commitment? Because when people are saying, I love you, then one party falls sick, you abandon the person. Where is the love? There's no communication. Where is love? There's no giving. Where is love? There's no trust. Where is the love? So love is too much. It's so it has a lot inside of it. Love means, you know, if you say there's love in this relationship that can lead to marriage, it means that I am ready to sacrifice, even like what we were talking about now, I'm ready to sacrifice what I know to be the norm just because I want to be with you. So I can give you my money, let's do this. And love means I trust you. When you say I am here, I believe you. Love means commitment. I am committed to this relationship. I want to see it succeed, no matter how risky or whatever it is. I am committed to it. I give you my word. I am open to you. I have your time and all of that. That is love. So love is very, very important in any relationship. But like I always tell people, when I got married, I didn't understand love. Because even with that long time of our courtship, we were just being a normal persons. It's just that I was intentional about trying to know who he was, his family, his friends, what he was doing for a living and all of that. But in terms of what we now call love, hey, I love you, I can't say it. But I discovered that when we got married and we are committed to this, because somebody like me, for 3 years, I didn't have a child to start with, 3 good years. So that is another test of love. Because that's the time somebody may come to suggest to you or your husband, though in Nigeria, once there's any issue of infertility, the woman will suffer. That's why when you come to anywhere, praying house, anywhere, they'll say a woman with a barren woman. You will not hear a barren man, because men are not barren. So the whole point will go to you, and that may be the time your husband may want to leave, your husband may want to go and start dating another woman. So to me, if we are together at that point where we are having issues, that is love. So you have shown commitment, you have shown serious love. To me, that is love, not that one you are confessing. Love is action, what you are doing during that relationship that will now tell this person, oh, I can go into this marriage with this person and it will work because I've seen commitment to this friendship or relationship. I've seen trust. I've seen open communication. I've seen affection. Not so you are calling, somebody calls you on the phone. Oh, Dad, my dear, I'm sick. I can't come out. Why can't you come out? Really, please, just find a way to come out. Dress up and come out. I want to show you to my friends. There's no empathy. There's no compassion. So that is not love. Are we following? Are we following? Mm-hmm. So that is it. So if you say you love me, you must be able to show it in your attitude towards me, towards what I like, towards my friends, towards my family, towards my dream, my vision. Not when I tell you I like politics. Here. No, I don't like politicians. Women who are politicians. Hey, you. Or I say I like to write. You say, please, you know what I need? I need your attention. You are busy. You know. So what does the person love? What you love? Your dream. Your
okay.
Visions?
Thank you, barrister. Thank you, barrister. Sorry for cutting you short.
No,
I want to bring it to Mesoma from the dimension of the saying that love is blind. To what extent is love blind? Is it really blind? If love can see all of these things that barrister has mentioned here, how is love blind in a relationship?
I feel like the term love is blind is not in connection to what she just said. I feel like that's like love is in the eyes of the beholder. That's where that particular statement is going to.
Okay.
Will I say love? You know, in some relationships, when she spoke about overlooking flaws, I feel like that's where love is blind comes in. Maybe someone next to you, like a friend, can be like, this is something your guy does that is not okay. But you might not be seeing it because love is blind at that point. Maybe because you actually love that person, you choose to just overlook that flaw. So speaking of, you were talking about something, you were saying, you asked her, you asked her to explain love, what she sees, like how important love is in a relationship.
The place of love in a relationship.
I feel like nowadays people mistake love for lust or lust for love. Lust is a very different thing, and love is a different thing. Just like she said, love is commitment, love is endurance, love is still patience, and love is still pain. But lust is when you see someone and you be like, this girl is fine or this boy is fine, and then you just want to have something to do with them and you mistake it for love. It's just you looking at the physical things and then you want to get that physical thing you're seeing, and then you mistake it for love. While love, you can see there are people in a relationship and they love each other and they don't even add, will I say, premarital sex to it. They're just in a relationship and love is there, commitment is there, and they are hoping for. And you find out, but see those relationships whereby you like add, will I say, sexual attractions to. It's just about loss. With time, when you stop gaining that and like when you stop getting that thing.
What if you don't stop?
Something.
What if you don't stop getting it?
So,
Are you saying that all of the marriages we have seen, there was no premarital relationship
in some
before the marriage?
That's why I use the word in some cases. So it's like will I say, it's like 60% chances that those relationships they don't lead to marriage. That's why some men they will have this kind of, let's say, happening babes
Do you have a statistical backup to what you are saying?
Okay.
Like you carried out a research to
I would say I
come
had
to this
friend. I had this friend that was in school then that was more like a baddie and more like a social person. She was in a relationship with this guy. They stayed from, at least I was very sure of my 100 level to find out they were together. But after school, the guy traveled out, came back like a few months after traveling, went to do business outside, came back and got married to someone else. And know how he broke up with her. So I would say more like the girl he got married to, when you see the girl, you will not believe that like this guy can settle for this kind of person. But there's something beyond being a baddie that you saw in her. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Don't think that something must have happened somewhere along the line?
Nothing. He just said that he wants to get married to a home girl. He called it home girl. You see? But she was the type, she was the one following him to parties in school, following him out, like going to clubs, having sex, doing everything like in a relationship. Not like she's a bad person or I call her like a bad person or like what she was doing was bad, but let's say it was like things of the world then, something like that. To him, it's like that's not like someone you can keep at home. So I will not define, I'll call that lust. Probably they were both lost in each other. There was love, but there was still some of lust in that love.
Okay, thank you so much. Barrister, there's this other saying that when there is no money, there's no love. Like if the guy doesn't have money or if there's no money in a relationship, count love out. Are there relationships that has no love and they exist because there's no money?
Mr. Bassi, money is good. Even the Bible says money answers all things. But when you bring issue of money in a relationship, you're already making a mistake. It's part of the lust that mess up man. Because you are looking at something you will get from something. And money can develop wings. You can see the person who got married today because he had money. Then tomorrow, the person doesn't have again. What do you do? So money, if we are talking about money, is about contentment. I would say contentment with godliness is great gain. So if you are in a relationship where you can still meet your daily requirements, the Bible says give us this day. He didn't say give us these days because those days are not even promised. So the day, as long as you can afford to feed today, clothe today, then be content with it. Money or no money. I got married to my husband myself. I didn't even, people say, what are you doing? I didn't even bother. Because I told myself, you too, you have two hands now, you can walk. So the place of money and relationship or money and love should not be mixed. Love means more than just what you can see. Love means more than just what you are getting. Love means that this person is someone that I have seen. He has the same ideas with me. He has the same mindset. He understands me. I understand him. He knows my vision and I know his vision. We have a goal we want to achieve. We have something in common. You understand? Our dreams, everything. So that is, to me, is even more than money. So any young person who is trying to compare money and love, we are not saying that. And when we say money, it depends on how much you are looking for. Because even those people you are looking at that has money, they are also looking for more money. So you can never, human wants, the economists will say, are insatiable. So, but as long as you have God, God will continue to provide for you people. for these 20 years, I've seen God consistently provide for us. In fact, it's a whole lot. If I start sharing my experience there, you say it's a lie. So God is number one. Then God will give you what you'll be using to sustain that relationship that will lead to marriage. Or even when you are in marriage, there's no money the way you feel that there should be money. Manage those ones you have. And as time goes on, God will keep making a way and money will come.
But I want to ask this question. Are you writing out premarital sex in a relationship before marriage? Outrightly.
Okay, so as a child of God, I'm doing that because you know why it's not good? Even if I'm not a child of God, you know why I will not subscribe to premarital sex? It's because, like, we've had a lot of people say you broke my heart. Mr. Mecca broke your heart because he had sex with you. Mr. Okeke broke your heart because he had sex with you. So if you keep having sex, I've had some men say that they cannot marry somebody they did not sleep with. That they must sleep with. Some people will say, some men will say, some of these Igbo men, that they're pregnant. So that I'm sure. And look at that girl she gave as an example.
But Barrister, I'm thinking that this breaking of heart is interwoven.
Yeah, it's interwoven.
Men can complain
yes,
that.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But look at this one now. After you have made that, and maybe that girl wasn't even the clubbing type, but just to satisfy you because you are the friend. She followed you to clubs, did all that to you. You now went out, came back and said you want to marry a homely person. Why are you dumping that one for? So, imagine all the sex she has had with the guy. She will now go and start with another person.
Are you counting that?
Yes, you are counting it because that's the man will still come back and say, I want to marry a virgin. I want to marry someone that is like this. So, the best thing is to avoid
please, let me bring this to your notice through Mesoma. When in a relationship, I am thinking that a lot of things are involved. Yes. A whole lot of things. Love is involved. You have to manage love the way it should be managed. Money is involved. Understanding is involved. Prayer is involved. Then sex is involved. Why is she picking on sex as if everything is about sex?
She used the word because I'm a child of God.
Okay.
So she's speaking from her own perspective. I feel like everybody have their own point of view. Me, I would say in the world we are in now. Yes, so we should not go for the word in sense. But in the world we are in now, I feel like sex also builds a relationship. In the
builds it?
Like it helps it to move forward.
Okay.
Like something like that.
Okay.
Love to money, most important. Commitment, very important. Let's say patience, understanding, respect, trust. Trust is the main pillar in a relationship. Why I said
when
money,
you are trustworthy.
Yes, and when you can also trust, when you have the ability to trust. Some people, they have gone through toxic relationships where they trust people the most and then they end up hurting them. It's always hard to go back trust them. Or I feel like trust is like the pillar of a relationship. Then speaking of money, money.
You are back to this money.
You were asking now. Speaking of money, even when money is support, I'll say money is support. When I come to you as my boyfriend, or let's say as someone I'm in a relationship with, and tell you that I have a business idea or I have something I want to do, it's money you use to support me. You use words of encouragement.
What if you don't have?
That's why it is important. That's why I've had guys too say that they cannot go into a relationship because they don't have money. Because they cannot, you cannot see your partner sick and you'll not be able to help out. You cannot see your partner need something that you won't be able. The girl will surely cheat. The girl will surely cheat. It's a must. If we are in a relationship now and I come to you for assistance and then
no,
you
we
don't
are not
have, I'm assuming.
Okay, all of assumption. Okay.
So and I come to you for help or for financial assistance and you say you don't have. And then I see someone else that has or that is willing to give, even if there is nothing to exchange in common, but you see that your attention will get divided with the person that can be able to give you, and that's where cheating comes in. So I feel like I've had some of my friends that are male, they are guys, they'll be like, you ask them why they don't want to be in a relationship, they're not yet financially capable or something like that. So I feel like money will help to keep a relationship too. When you have money, there's no reason.
All right, Barrister, I think Mesoma has made wonderful points. When you were speaking about sex, you said you are a child of God. And for that reason, sex should not be involved in any premarital relationship until after marriage, isn't it?
Not just because I'm a child of God, I was also feeling for that man or woman who will be going about, because you're not sure this person will marry you. So after having sex with Mr. A and the flops, it did not lead to marriage. You go in another time. Before you say it, you have slept with more than 10 men. And you know, this is like, God. And you know, these days, before I remember they used to advertise condom and all. These things are no longer being advertised. So you're having unprotected sex with these people. Anything can happen. You can contract diseases. You're exchanging, I mean, your self-dignity. That's how I see it. So it's not just about being a Christian. If you are not a Christian who believes that you should not sleep with a man before marriage, how about your personal integrity? I have slept with Mr. A, Mr. B, Mr. D, and it did not lead to marriage. And must I now? And that's why women are the most vulnerable when it comes to this. Do you see them? Because men don't get so much emotionally attached to you because they have sex with you. But a woman, once you have sex with her, she's attached, emotionally attached to you. So anything you do, she will count it as heartbreak. And the man will be like, how did I break your heart? Do you get it? But because she has slept with you. So that's why I'm saying it's not about, apart from being godly, your own personal worth. I can't just, because Emeka say you want to marry me and we are dating for 2-3 days, months, and now say, okay, this one will lead to marriage. Don't you know that men even deceive women when they know that they are so desperate about marriage? You see a man will come and say, I want to marry you just to sleep with you. After sleeping with you for 5-6 months, you dump you and go to another person.
Barrister.
So it's for us to be able to know that one that will lead to marriage. So that even if you're having sex with that one, you say, okay, I'm sure that she, and that's why some of them will even go as far as getting pregnant and attaching it to the man. You now hook up the man because you are pregnant. And that's what leads to domestic violence, because the man, you may not be the man's spec. He just wanted to have fun. But you were thinking as a woman that with that fun he's having, he's emotionally
Most of us, don't you
attached.
think that the phone itself is interwoven?
Yes, no,
Yes.
ways.
But Barrister, you are speaking as if one is taking advantage of the other.
The most vulnerable. Because
yes,
a woman
just like
cannot
she
say, wake
said.
up and say, and go to a man and say, please, I want to be your, come and be my boyfriend, so that we'll be having sex.
Some do that behaviorally.
Yes, behaviorally, but how many? One out of how many? So most times it's the men that will approach a woman because you have seen a beautiful lady. You want to take advantage, but you can't tell her, Mason, I want to take advantage of you. Please come and be my friend so that I will have sex with you. You know what is at the back of your mind. If you look at Mason and feel that she will be needing marriage, the next thing is to promise her marriage. And if her quest to marry now submits her body and have sex because sex is part of premarital relationship, anything you see, you take.
Miss, I might have something to say.
Those are part of the challenges of relationships, because there are so many challenges. I don't know if we are looking into that in relationships, challenges that we face in relationships. I had a friend, or let's say I have a friend, that she came from an abusive home, a home where she watched her parents fight, watched her dad beat her mom, and then because of that, when you talk with her, she'll be like she doesn't want to be in a relationship, like the trauma and everything. So just like you said, when you find the right person, but these men of nowadays, they are sheeps in wolf clothing. Have you heard David say?
Wolves
they are wolves in sheep's clothing. So
some of them are.
Most of them are. I feel like most of them are wolves in sheep's clothing. So you cannot basically know like the ones that are good and the ones that are bad, because almost everybody now is pretending. But I want to advise young girls is that don't go into any relationship where you have to fake who you are, where you have to pretend to be who you are not. Just like that, my friend, that just like exactly what she said, not like she's the clubbing type or like she's the social type, but because that's the kind of girls the guy said he wanted then, or that's how the guy pictured himself, like that's kind of girls is attracted to or something, like she had to blend, she had to go that far and all of that. So I feel like you don't have to pretend to be who you are not. Like me too, personally, I've had that experience where I had to like hide this part of my life just to blend to this part of this life or something like that. So I feel like when you're in love with someone, you have to, you have to be in love with what they love. You have to love what they love. You have to make sure that that person loves what you love, and you know.
And I think it's rare.
You guys can blend, even if not. Basically, there are some men that will be like, you cannot change what I want, or you cannot change what I like, or something. At least, even if you've not found the one that loves what you want, you find the one that you can be able to convince or you can be able to be like, that can sacrifice. That's why when you see someone that loves, the person be able to sacrifice, the person can blend and all of that. So I feel like the relationship is just a roller coaster.
All right, thank you so much. This is Mesoma Ogudire, a student. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
And thank you so much, Barrister Nena Anozie, the founder Nena Anozie Foundation, and the founder Fresh Mama Skills Academy. Thank you so much for coming. And our viewer, thank you so much. It has been a nice time we shared with you, discussing relationship that will lead to marriage, part 2. Hope you learned your lessons. Watch out for part 3 that will be coming soon. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi. Thank you so much.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
I am Aneke.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains 1 cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ndụ a na-atọka onye anabara nke ya na onu agwọ ibe anyị adị nọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịlụfụta nwụrụ ya ịmara na nsogbu riri ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ ndụ na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene na-ekene maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya mara na anyị adị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịrị anyị mma. Ndị be anyị onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere nke
There are questions the world are yet to answer. Truths buried in time, echoed in tradition, and hidden in the stars. From the rituals of the ancients to the secrets of the atom, from the patterns in nature to the power of thought, Mysteries of Life takes you on a journey through the unknown, exploring the mystical, the philosophical, the traditional, and the scientific. What connects them all? What lies beneath the surface of what we know? Join us on Aneke TV as we uncover the secret layers and unlock the unseen. This is Mysteries of Life. where every truth begins with a question.
Welcome to our program, viewer, our program, The Mysteries of Life. Today we are going to look at graven images. It's one of those critical issues that we meet every now and then as a point of sometimes conflict, sometimes divergence, sometimes disagreement, whatever it is, between people of faith, of one form or the other. In fact, we got to the point where we have people who don't even want to respect the national flag. We don't need to name the group. But we are not even talking, we're talking of graven images, because it's one of those things that we have been taught from our infancy about what people should avoid. Particularly when people refer to what we call the second of the 10 commandments, that you must avoid them. And with me in the studio to look into this particular issue, we have a very senior Catholic priest, Reverend Father Benjamin Achi, not just a lecturer, the former director of the Catholic Communications Commission, Enugu Diocese. Reverend Achi, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much, moderator. Thanks for having me.
And by him, we have our regular discussant here, Mazi Anichukwu Gabriel Mecca. You know, I always like calling him like that because if you don't bring the Gabriel there, you will not think he's a Christian, but he is Gabriel, and because of that, I always like to go like that. He's a peace and conflict consultant.
Audience, come close and learn deep things about his life.
Yeah, we wish to, Father, commence with you. You know, is it possible for us to worship in a void?
Okay, well,
you know, for us to have an altar in a void.
Okay, well, thank you very much, moderator. I think that's a very fundamental question to ask when a conversation like this comes to the table. Yes, is this really something possible to have, you know, in a void? Well, we know that is not even very practicable because it is only God himself, the creator, who created ex nihilo, like we say it. It was only God who created out of nothing. The account of God of the creation, the first account of creation we have in Genesis said, I mean, the world was without void, with nothing, until God spoke the first word, let there be light. And everything we followed. We know all the details of the creation account. So it's only God that created out of nothing, and apart from that, no other person. It's only the omnipotent God who has the power to do that. Okay. But every other thing, like the things we experience, the things we have now, only proceed from the things already put in place by God.
Okay.
That was why the ancient Greek philosopher called Aristotle made that very popular epistemological statement. I will say it the way he said it in Latin. Nihil est in intellectu, quod non prius in sensu. Okay. There is nothing in the intellect that was not first in the senses.
Okay.
So the sense is important. You know, empirical philosophers, you know, empiricists are the people who place premium on the senses and what the senses, sensory perception. You know, the position of Aristotle is that whatever it is that we can actually conceive now, even in our minds, we already picture that in our senses. So the images we have today, there are some images made of things we have not seen. Like when you look at this little book of Bible stories for children, you see the image of God painted there. That is the image that is in people's mind, in their senses. So they now brought it forth. The way I'm thinking about this is what I picture God to look like. Yeah. this is what I picture God, and that's what they eventually should produce. So it is not really possible to worship in a void. You can't have an altar in a void, just to use the exact words.
Okay, Master Aneke, now that to help us solve this conflict, is it possible to have an altar in a void?
It is not possible to have an altar in a void. Because nature abhors vacuum even. Nature is avoids vacuum. That's why even in Christian religion or any other religion, whenever you say you are converted and you don't stick to the source of your conversion, and that spirit will come in and take the abode. So there's no way. If you do any worship on altar in a void, then to whom do you erect the altar? For whom?
No, in that void, there's no altar at all.
There's no way an altar can exist in a void, because altar is created as to function, not in a vacuum, not in voidity, but in practicality. And in practicality, there must be a force.
Okay.
That will be the substructure for it to function.
So I want to. I'm using it as a point of.
So it's not possible.
No, to have an altar in a void.
It's not possible.
Okay, fine. So let me continue with you before I get back to Father. Now that it's not possible, and we're discussing here graven images, and Father has brought about this issue of Aristotle, that there's nothing that is on the ground. That we talk about imagination without talking about what is already on the ground, something like that. Has been. It must have been somewhere. Yeah. Without it, otherwise. So I don't want us to go back to images. So let us now, or imagination. Let me not go to that one now, because he has virtually taken it up. Yeah. So we are not going to Iyakubo. And there's always this problem with the other churches against the Catholic Church, that the Catholic people are worshipping Iyakubo, and it's against the second commandment. What do you think about that?
They are not even again. They even tag the traditional religionists.
No, I don't want to go to religion because we are going to come up with that.
Okay.
What is
so,
good?
The thing is that the Vatican Council, Second Vatican Council, says that in every culture there are certain truths in every culture, and the Catholic institution, the Church, Catholic Church, extracts the good and holy things existing in those cultures, which they can acculturate for the worship of God Almighty. So, then when you talk of sculpture, all these graven images, I don't think that it is a sin before God. It should be accepted, because these are symbolism. They are symbolic in worship. Those things, I don't think that those things are being worshipped, but they are channels having symbolic representations of the Almighty God or the servants of God.
Because of the way you have moved now, I will go back to Father now before I come back to you. Because last time, if you remember, somebody made a point that those worshipping, using all those Yoruba, that they are worshipping demons. But that's by the way. So Father, because people feel that in the Catholic Church, that if you have a statue of Blessed Virgin Mary, or our Lord Jesus Christ, or St. Joseph, or St. Jude, or St. Gabriel, the Archangel, or Benjamin, even though Benjamin is a patriarch, but we don't have him as a saint. Yeah. Is there any Saint Benjamin?
Yeah,
Benjamin
was a Roman deacon, actually.
Okay, so Benjamin we know is a patriarch.
Yes, exactly.
Benjamin we know is a patriarch. Yeah. Now, so this issue of images, because I am looking at the very first person that did the Yogbo is God.
Correct. The second account of creation in Genesis made it very clear.
The very first person. Yes, so exactly. I wanted to move from there to talk to the people, because the first person that did the Yogbo is God, because God is person. They said the person turn and so God is a person. So the very first person that did Yogbo is God himself. So maybe remind the viewer and then maybe enter into it.
Thank you very much once again, Madrid, for this. You are right in your submission a moment ago that God was the very first person to you know, to do some crafting, you know, because there are two accounts of creation in Genesis. We are all Christians, and we are very conversant with the Torah. There are two accounts. Genesis chapter 1 was where God made everything by oral pronouncements. Then in the second account of creation we found in Genesis chapter 2, we were told that God, after, you know, eventually after having created things, now decided to make man his own graven image. Every translation of the Bible has that word, that let us make man in our own image and likeness. There is no translation of the scriptures that will not give you that word. That's number one. And when God wanted to do that, what did he do? From what he had already created by his oral pronouncements, he decided to make an image which he eventually breathed into, and that became a human being. And when he wanted to give man a helper, what did he do? God went a step further. Took something from the same man he has made, from the same image he has made of himself, to create another one that will be a helper to the man. So your submission is spot on, that God was the very first person to begin the business of creating images.
Okay.
You understand? So you're right. So you're right in that. So I'm coming to that. Now, God established this, and then we continue with that. You see, it beats me hollow when people are presenting this as an object of controversy, because it shouldn't actually be. This word, worship, is a very strong word, and people should be careful how they use it. You see, when you make an image, just like my brother rightly stated, images are representatives of something. They serve as a reminder to us of something. We know what images are. Photographs are images. And all of those, they are symbolic. That thing that is an image is not the real thing, but it reminds us of the real thing. So that is actually what it is. So when you make images that reminds you of something, like when we make holy images, for example, that puts you in the position of, gives you a disposition of prayer, it is reminding you of the real being that you are worshiping, and not necessarily that thing that is there. That's it. Yes, they are holy objects because they are reminding us of holy things, of holy people, of God himself who is all holy. But it doesn't necessarily mean that these things, are anything in themselves. They are not the beings in themselves. They are only representatives of they are only as symbols and representatives of the real thing that is out there. So this is exactly what it is. And that is why we shouldn't even use the word worship at all, because no sensible person will even worship images. It doesn't even make any sense. It sounds preposterous that somebody will make something that is inanimate and begin to worship. It doesn't even make any sense. And that is why we feel that, you see, even in African traditional religion, adherents of African traditional religion are not really worshiping the Ofo or the Ikenga and all of that. They believe in the Chiuku that is somewhere else. Those things are only representatives of the Chi that they know. That's it. So that thing they are looking at is not even the Chi, but they will quarrel with you if you destroy it, because you are destroying what is reminding them of the Chi that they know. Yes. So this is how these things are. And that's why I said people need to be very careful when they use the word worship. It's a very strong word. Yes. Yeah. That to give reverence to these things that are representing the real thing doesn't necessarily translate to worship. Okay. So that is one fact we need to understand.
Yeah, well, that's one dimension. So,
yes.
Let me get back to Gabriel. Aneke, because sometimes I like you calling him from that angle, Gabriel, because sometimes we have statues of Saint Gabriel.
And by the way, today is the solemnity of the archangels. Yeah. Gabriel is one of them. Yes, yeah. September 29th in the Catholic Church.
So today is your day. So
yes.
So now that today is your day, and we're looking at these graven images, because from what Father has just put down, based on the question, because we move from, is it possible to have an altar in a void? And it's not possible to have an altar in a void. The church itself, every building is made by human hand. If we pick up, I want you to help us with this with this Ark of the Covenant, would you help us with a picture? Do you remember that Ark of the Covenant?
Yeah. Focusing on this image,
graven
image, I am convinced that all these calling these images object, they're not the core object of worship. They're not the core object of worship. Just like in Igbo cosmology, this Amadio Haikenga, Arubinago, Ago, these they are called incorruptible agents of God. An agent is an agent, not the principal. So people, and he said, if in Igbo cosmology we believe, traditionally we Igbos believe that God Almighty, Chiuku Chineke, is so sacred to be approached by a mortal man full of sins. They need a mediator, intercessors.
Not only Igbos, so they did the April of Israel. The time, not the day. They wanted to see. Exactly. They wanted to see. They told Moses, "We want to hear this your God ourselves."
Exactly. So now,
and they took 1 month to prepare.
So God is so sacred that He's the effulgence, the countenance of God. You cannot confront it. So they need a channel, intercessory. That's why in the Catholic faith, what was called altar of higher veneration, where you get this ark. Some great sense. They're not worshiping, the Catholic Church is not worshiping that sense per se, but they are chanting the prayers. According to Catechism of Catholic Church 956, says that these entities are closer to Jesus Christ to intercede for the sense.
Intercessors.
Intercede for the sense militant here. God, they are the sense triumphant. So now, in Igbo, when I place the king, that's why there's something strange, and I will say it. Thank God that the Reverend Father is very vast, he's a learned man, deep in his research. He pointed it as his thesis, that the traditionalists are not worshipping that thing that is carved. But you know that a true Igbo man comes out in the morning before the sun, because before the east, facing the east. He brings out cola. He sits down like a king. He doesn't bow down. He doesn't kneel down. That's a point I want to stress on. When he sits down like a king, he gives command. Ikenga, Arobinago, my grandfather. That's my grandfather. I ask you, carry my prayer, intercede for me. Carry my prayers, just like you said, the patron saint of the Catholic Church, like St. Paul, St. Peter, carry my prayers, carry my supplication to God Almighty. Because they are closer to God Almighty. They can intercede for you, get results. So they are not worshiping. No, there's no worship giving. No sensible man can give a worship to. It's just like a symbolic in this pantheon. The images of this pantheon are symbolic in worship. This worship is foundation for efficacy.
Okay, so what we are going to be seeing from Father, I don't want to ask you this question, but let me continue.
If you describe it down, so you say that if you come to the sacrament now, you say when they come there, when the Christians come,
something came into my head now about sectarianism, and I don't want to ask the priest because I think I can ask you. So what we are trying to know, because there are so many sects.
Yeah.
So is it now? Are we going to call it sectarian, tendency to begin to now accuse the Catholic Church of worshiping graven images? Because I went to one church once in my lifetime. I went to one church for a marriage, and I saw that they didn't have any pictures or anything, but I saw a small box, and I said, "What is happening?" They said, "It is the Ark of the Covenant." And then I said, "No." Then I said, "I think I finished. I don't need any other investigation." That particular day, that's so many years back, in the 90s. But so, is it now a matter of sectarian tendency for people to accuse one church of, because if I come to Catholic crucifix, you have the crucifix, you have Jesus on the cross.
Crucifix.
If I come to the Methodist one or Anglican one or There are the traditional churches,
Presbyterian.
Presbyterian. They will just have cross without
the image of Christ.
Without the image of a man on the cross. You know, in the Catholic Church, we have the image of a man on the cross with I-N-R-I, you know. So, but outside that, you will just have the cross. Then some other, the new groups, I don't want to call it, no, you will not have them. So maybe when we come back now, because when we come back, we will take a break. This break is for what? This break is for advertisement. We will take this break. Okay. After the break, we will come back now and then look into this particular matter. Whether it is because last time somebody even accused some people of
worshiping devils.
Worshiping demons. Yes, yes. So when we come back, we'll look into that.
There are questions the world are yet to answer. Truths buried in time, echoed in tradition, and hidden in the stars. From the rituals of the ancients to the secrets of the atom, from the patterns in nature to the power of thought, Mysteries of Life takes you on a journey through the unknown, exploring the mystical, the philosophical, the traditional, and the scientific. What connects them all? What lies beneath the surface of what we know? Join us on Aneke TV as we uncover the secret layers and unlock the unseen. This is Mysteries of Life, where every truth begins with a question.
Yeah, welcome back, viewer. We have taken our break for advertisement, and we wish to have more people participate in this because we need to get our people to know more. Because the last time we met, you know, somebody was saying that all those who are, that for those like Catholics, let me use Catholics because let me not talk of other people, say that they are worshiping demons. And Father, I know you have spoken about that, but maybe I want Gabriel, who's celebrating today, you know, to speak more about it. Then we'll get back to you. You know, this idea that those who worship graven images, because I later found out that as I was walking through over the road and other parts of Enugu, I was seeing engravers. You know, then I saw those who make plaques and so on and so on. Then I watched what happened last weekend, you know, where there was the military parade, the personal parade of the NDA. And then I was happy, I was in, and I was watching what was going on. So these graven images, so I wanted to look at that. Is it like demon worship or bringing demon and so on and so on?
The greatest demon is unseen.
Okay.
Our thought forms is greatest demon we can have in life. Because from thoughts comes creation. Okay. That church or that church personality saying that the Catholic Church or the traditional religion people are worshiping images, are worshiping devils. The holy apparel, some people wear what they call bulletproof.
Yes.
These scapula, all these crucifix, they are sacramentals. They're sacramentals. They are not being worshipped.
Yeah, like those who put on bulletproof now. I
was in a program. I said that whoever puts apron so that bullet will not enter, there's no difference between him and those person who did Odeshi from the DB. Did something.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Father, I think we now come to you because based on this thing that we have, because you know people normally say that the Catholics worship all these statues, and we have cleared that already. Because when God after making the first Iyokubo, God, what did he do? He first of all did the Iyokubo. Then after that, he breathed his spirit into it. And it became a living. So we have two things. One, that God did the Iyokubo as the first person that did the Iyokubo. Then he breathed into it the breath of life. And it became a living being. Then he did another engraving. I don't want to talk of all those altars, because at every stage of the journey of our father Abraham, he said Abraham got to this place and he built an altar, and he couldn't have built an altar in a void. He must have put one or two or three things together, like he mentioned our ancestors, Igbo traditional religion until today. Then Abraham left. Then even after that, then the man called our father Isaac, after wrestling with the angel in Bethel, isn't it? He built an altar there.
Yeah.
Did he build it in a void? What he put up 1 or 2 or 3 things together and called that place an altar. Yeah. So and we went on and we went on and went on and we met Moses. And then Moses came down with the two plates of the 10 commandments. Yeah. He said, written in the fingers of God, the artwork of God, in that graven image. So, why do you think people normally want to demonize the Catholic Church? What is the problem?
Well, I will go back to the question you asked first.
Yes.
Is it now sectarian? What is actually underlying that attack, that onslaught? Okay. Most of the times, I mean, you've called it what it is. It's just people trying to pick quarrel, where there is none. Trying to demonize what. There's this feeling of I wouldn't want to use
over holiness.
No, not really that. You feel challenged by the larger than life image of the other person.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Like you are now, you are a professor in the university. I haven't attained to the rank of a professor. Yes, I'm a lecturer myself, but you are a professor already, which is the highest point one can reach. And then I begin to demonize or antagonize everything you do after he's a professor and so what and all that. Okay. The truth is, this person rose through the ranks in the academia and became a professor. Yeah. All I should do is to make efforts to understand, or when you are teaching, I should be able to listen to you because this is a professor in this discipline, and he knows better than me in that area. Yeah. I mean, the problem that people have is not being open-minded enough to know that, look, you just admit this because most often, when you engage people who antagonists in a conversation like this, you see them contradicting themselves. Just like what you said a moment ago, you just recanted your experience of people who, had problem with images, and you went to the same church where the preacher will always speak against images to see a box that is called an Ark of Covenant, reminding us of the Old Testament times where they had an ark that the people of Israel considered sacred. Yes. Now you have a thing like that, and you still come up. You are contradicting yourself because you are having something that is representing that image and still saying, "Oh, it's not good for people to keep it." You are condemning yourself in the process. So I think that's just the point, because there is no argument against the making of images that will even fly. The same person that is speaking against images have very big images of their father, of their mother, of their children, family pictures in their houses, all over the place. They don't know those are images as well.
Or image of himself and his wife.
And his wife.
As the papa and the daddy and the mommy of their
in the Lord.
Congregation.
Yes,
in the Lord. I think
in the Lord.
I think maybe I didn't add that.
Daddy and mommy in the Lord. Exactly. Okay. And they don't joke with those images. In fact, they can take a bullet in defense of those images, and they can kill you if you tamper with those images. There are people like that. In fact, the contradiction in this whole conversation, in this whole thing, is that people who speak against the use of images are people who are ready to lay down their life in defense of images. That's the point. Just like you said, the image of the GO and his wife is so important that they are ready to do anything, including even laying down their lives.
I think you mentioned one point. This. The bulletproof.
Yes.
When you put that apron and you call it bulletproof.
So these are the issues. And they don't even know that that thing they're wearing actually representative of something.
Yes.
The person wearing that apron, for those the sect that wear it, believe that this is God protecting me.
Yes.
I'm wearing this in God's name, and I know that once I'm wearing this, I'm fine and protected, and nothing will happen to me.
Fine.
They don't know that already represents something.
Yes.
So if you want to have everything in the world of ideas, then you shouldn't have it.
Is it even possible to have it in the world of ideas?
That is the point. And that was why I quoted Aristotle initially, who said there is nothing in the intellect that was not first in the senses.
Good.
I mean, nobody has contested that submission of Aristotle. Nobody has contested it. Philosophers over time will always come back to it and say, look, the ancient Greek philosopher was right.
So because you spoke it in Latin,
yes.
Let me now say it in Igbo.
Thank you very much. Exactly.
Not by catechism.
Yes.
Because inside our God has given us, and you used it. God has given us that.
But in our senses already.
Yes.
As you are seated here now,
yes.
you can picture God in your head.
Yes.
Nobody has seen God.
Yes.
You know, but you have an image of who God is.
Except Moses that saw the back.
Thank you.
Except Moses that saw only the back.
Thank you. So you have an image of God in your head.
Okay.
Just like the images you see these days. We don't have technology and all that can give us the accurate image of Jesus Christ. But we know he lived some 2,000 and something
years
ago.
They are still trying to get the voice of Jesus Christ. They are trying to track the actual voice, the actual voice of Jesus Christ. They are looking for it.
With advancements in artificial intelligence and all that,
they want to get the voice of Jesus.
Nothing is impossible these days. But you know, going back we are way back in time. A lot of things have become many things that are possible now. Nobody ever imagined they were going to be possible some 10, 20 years ago. Okay. So technology is evolving, it's advancing, and there's no limit to what, you don't know what's going to happen in the next 10 years.
Okay.
With the way, the technology is advancing. So this is how it is. I think most often people just argue just because they want to argue, and because they feel, this people's image is so intimidating. This people's position is so intimidating. That was something my brother said, off camera, that the Catholic Church is the most organized institution. It's the oldest institution, of course. And whenever you have that kind of position, if you are a giant tree and you're standing by the road, you be ready to see people.
So maybe there's
stones at you.
Maybe there's envy
and giving you some nice.
Okay, I like that idea of the giant tree.
Yes,
that's what.
Yes, it's always the case.
So whenever you have a knife and you want to put your machete somewhere, you put it on that. On that tree.
And if that giant tree is bearing fruits, just quite desirable fruits, you can be sure children will be throwing stones at that fruit, at that tree, every now and then. So that's exactly what is happening to the Catholic Church. Well, it's no surprise.
So the problem is not with engravement.
It's not,
because we have engravers. Yeah. People are paid for having engravement in their various pictures.
And there's something what a lot of us don't know.
Okay.
No religion is superior to the other.
Okay.
Because religion is a product of perception.
Man seeking God.
Perception. Yes. No, it's not an empirical. It's not empirical. Yeah.
I think it's empirical.
Okay. When you talk of heaven,
yes,
it's based on revelation. It's a revelation institution. Nobody has gone there and come back verifiable through tangible physical sciences. It's a belief. So whatever Veda says to a Hinduist, he believes.
Yes.
Whatever the Holy Bible says to a Christian, he believes. Whatever the Holy Quran says to a Muslim, he believes. Whatever oral tradition says to an African traditionalist, he believes. So, but when you look at all these things to show you that there is truth in what all this, that's why I said the Vatican Council, the Second Vatican Council says that whatever is holy and truthful in other cultures should be acculturated in the Catholic Church. And it's working for them. It's working for the church. Because, okay, for instance, the god of Saint Raphael the Archangel is the archangel in charge of what the story of Tobias, and Sarah, Asmodeus, and so on.
Yes.
The way Tobit was healed of the blindness, and Sarah was exercise of the spirit of. It was Archangel Gabriel, the man the answer his name. Yes, the angel the answer his name.
So now, when you look at it, you see that the Roman god of healing is Asclepius. That's why in medicine you see that snake entwined in a rod. And if you watch the Saint Raphael snake staff, that snake, that serpent, is unwind on that rod. That is healing. You see Saint Raphael the Archangel, he holds that stuff. So now, the intolerance is what causes some of this demonizing a church, demonizing is intolerance, and one of the issues of restoring peace in this side of the world. You are not tolerating. You need to get what they call objective truth, not subjective truth. Look at the reality of what perceptions, go to the realities, and you see the truth. How can you say that this person is a demon? It's one of the troubles that, by the time of the churches, most churches, even in Cali, and there was a time in the Cali church, you don't play African drums there.
I will know that one.
It's only organ. But there was a time the bishops of Africa protested. They said, this is our part of our culture. You can't worship that true God in isolation of our culture. In the way we are culturally, so that it will be suiting for us to worship God in spirit and in truth. According to John chapter 24, verse 4. John chapter 4, verse 24. I think he said, those who worship God worship in spirit and in truth. There's no way you can worship God in spirit and in truth when it is not connected to our culture. It must be connected to our culture, to worship in spirit and truth, because culture is people's way of life.
Yeah, that's why Archbishop Arinze once told them that I told them that that the African man dances in worship.
Yes.
And his dance is not like that. The white man's own system of worship is that the white for the African, it will be looking too stiff for the African man to, when he's carrying his gift. He's going to the altar to give a gift, and he's walking like that. No, the African man must dance, and that his dance is different from that.
There's a kind of dance in our land, in our town. No monate is called ekpa.
Yes.
you are playing Christian tunes now in my church, and give me ekpa lyrics or rhythms of ekpa in no monate. When I'm dancing it, and the mechanics dancing that rhythm in my church, those Christian songs, but give me that rhythm or abenye. The Spirit of God's Holy Spirit will come into me quickly. That's why you give me a calypso disco for America. Because it's my culture, it's my being. It's my, you are giving my nature. Then I will move closer to God quickly.
They brought the gospel closer to you by, deploying your
playing
music.
Playing disco and calypso. Music. Give me a baby, then all kanga. When I dance, the Spirit of God, the Spirit will
come dancing like David.
And I can prophesy that time. I'll tell you the truth about life.
Dancing like David.
Exactly.
Bringing the ark back to the place.
Exactly.
That's what happened to David. He was very happy. Dancing.
Culture is inseparable in worship.
Okay.
Culture.
Okay, so I think you made a point there. It's a mark of intolerance.
Intolerance, religious intolerance, and that's what is called. Like for instance, in the northern part of Nigeria, I'm not supporting how the northern brothers kill us anyhow. But you see that some of our religious intolerance catalyze these religious conflicts in the north. In the morning, you bring loudspeaker before a mosque. You place it just opposite and asking that man for repent. If you don't repent, Jesus Christ will not go to heaven. You face your mic before a mosque. Is it what we are told to do? Preach in peace. Whoever we accept. So religious intolerance is what causes some of them to demonize the image. Catholic Church said it's evil, it's the devil, and demon. What makes you demon is you are taught. Whoever lives in the rule of golden rule, don't understand which others are doing to you. It's not a devil. That's fulfill the prophets and the law. It's just Christ. Whoever love, because when you love, you cannot sin.
Okay.
And love came because of sin. Because Jesus Christ came to bring love to us. That's why he that believes in Jesus does not sin. Okay. So whoever does not believe in Jesus Christ, when being a Christian, you don't love, you are prone to sin. And that's why you're under condemnation. Okay. So law is greater because of sin. Even in criminology, deterrence is because of violations of laws and orders and regulations of the society.
Okay. So, Father, I think we have got to the point where we have an understanding that most of this the perception is misperception. People thinking that those who are worshipping, who try to reach to God through various mediums, some people call it media, through various mediums, then they will say, those people they are worshipping graven image, doing this, doing that, worshipping demons. Because that particular day, somebody made the point here that those ones are worshipping demons.
They have many holy lands, holy mountains. Who do they go to holy mountains to do? Who do they go to some Shiloh, all these things to do? They are going to a sacred place. Is it not the image?
Yeah, but I think I'm getting to a point where you said that it is unscientific. Yes. I think religion is not unscientific. For me, it's not unscientific. Father, is religion totally unscientific?
It's practical science. It's revelation.
I think we're bringing in so many things at the same time.
Yes.
Let me get back to what he was saying. He made very beautiful, submissions. He made very beautiful submissions when he said that, when people antagonize and say some of these things, they say trying to oppose the use of images, their minds are not open to the truth. These things are born out of deep-seated bias, It's just bias. And You know what usually happens in bias? You're in academia. Once there is that bias, once one's mind is not open to the truth, you cannot get to the truth when you have deep-seated bias. It's not possible.
It's true.
You know, the mark of a truly knowledgeable person is you are having an interlocution, you are in a conversation. If someone brings up a superior argument, you should open your mind to accept that superior argument and then drop the argument to think it's not superior. I've said it before in the course of this program that most of the times when you engage people who are opposed to the use of images, when you engage them in a conversation or in an argument, in a debate, you notice that, it doesn't get long before they get stuck. Because when you begin to ask this person, then why do you have this? Why do you have that? Why do you have... These are images as well. You just notice they have nothing else to say. That is to prove that whatever position this person is taking and sticking to is actually born out of a deep-seated bias. So that's it. Now, coming to the question you asked me, whether religion is completely or scientific. Yes.
Just about belief.
Isolated from science. No, well, I think there's a point of convergence between the two. Yes. Whatever we have today, even scientific knowledge we have, came from God Himself. Okay. Yeah. So you can't totally. You see, faith and reason are not strange bedfellows. They are actually meant to be together. Okay. Pope St. John Paul II published an encyclical in 1998. You know the title he gave it? Fides et Ratio. Faith and reason. Okay. And what he was trying to underscore in that document is that, contrary to what some people think, that, if you are already a person of faith, just throw reason overboard. Just continue accepting things sheepishly. Anything they tell you, once somebody is clenching a Bible in his hand and tells you anything about Jesus, believe it. No, that is one extreme. The other extreme is to jettison everything about religion and about God because you've gained so much scientific knowledge. These are the two extremes that needed to be avoided. Okay. So the Holy Father was saying that you need to marry the two. Faith is not against reason. Rather, it's reason against faith. It's not because you're now a very religious person, then you don't make use of your reason anymore, which unfortunately is what you'll find with some people today. That is why someone will be holding a Bible in his hand, and some of these religious charlatans, and tell people to do some ridiculous things, and they believe it. They just accept it without questions, and they begin to do it, because they're certain that the GO has said you do it, and then they do it. They are ready to part with the last penny in their pockets because Daddy GO has said, you bring it to me. And they do it without questions. I have this story. It happened a couple of years ago where a certain pastor in South Africa asked people to go out and eat grass like goats. And they went out in the field and started eating grass. You can Google it. It's still on the internet. So there's no kind of ridiculous things you don't hear in the name of religion.
But I think that was achievement of Nebuchadnezzar.
What will I say? But there are a lot of very, very crazy, preposterous, ridiculous things you see people do today just in the name of religion. So, religion is not against science. We should pull these things together. We should pull this. Albert Einstein was a very deeply believing man.
Yes.
And
no, he believes so much in God.
You can imagine a scientist of that caliber. A man of his standing, a scientist of his standing. But when you listen to some of his quotes, some of his submissions, you see that, look, if this person, let me not talk about the likes of Thomas Aquinas or Albert the Great, you will say, oh, those ones were religious men, they were priests and all of that. But what do you say about Albert Einstein? Yes. He wasn't a priest, he wasn't anything, he wasn't a...
He believed in God.
Yes, but you see, I'm telling you, so to have had that depth of scientific knowledge and still believing in God, I should tell you.
There's something I wanted to help you to. There's a man that, Socrates. He said something like this. He was the father of all these other people. He said in everything, he said argue, something like that. He said, and then reason with people. That's because
Socratic method.
Yeah, yes.
Socratic method.
Yeah, the Socratic dialogue. Yes. But that's the way he put it. That in everything you must learn to argue, but that you must learn to reason with people. That you don't just argue for the sake of argument.
Yeah, exactly.
He put three things. Not just the thesis,
antithesis
but
and synthesis.
Yes.
But he said, because the way he put it simply, I watched it in Michael Jackson's The Wiz. Okay. In those days, I'm talking about Michael Jackson, who died so many years back. But I watched it in his film. Yeah. He said, in everything, you must reason, then you must argue. First of all, argue anything that comes before you.
To contrary perceptions.
Then before you now reason. Because people are not bringing that. But I like what you said, that we must learn to do what? We must learn. Faith is not against reason.
Yeah.
You must have reason.
You need to marry
but you also have to have faith. Yes. Because when I watched how the man walked out, about Einstein, there was one of the theories he worked out, and he said, "No, what about God?" Then there's one Stephen that died sometime in this particular century. He was also always talking about God.
All things come from God.
He was always talking about God. A theoretical physicist.
All things come from God.
He was always talking about God. So I think there's something that you two of you have brought about, this issue of bias, issue of intolerance. People should engage.
Yeah.
People should engage.
And then when constructive engagement.
Constructively.
Dialogue.
Yes, not just about dialogue, but engage. When you see the truth, say that this is true. Don't come up
to that truth.
Yes, yield to the truth. Yes. And don't bring in this idea of what we call sour grapeism, because it doesn't belong to me. That grape must be sour. Yeah. It is bad because it's not our own. How do they do it in Nigeria? I said, if a thief is our own thief, it's a good
no problems.
No,
yes, he can continue.
It's our thief. So maybe you are bringing it up. So for the viewer, I think, or the listener.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The viewer.
For the viewer, for the listener, because sometimes we also have people who don't see, who are blind. But they hear. For the viewer and for the listener, it's always important that we bring up this issue of. How do we bring down the biases in our minds? How do we save ourselves from intolerance? How do we have an open mind in looking at things? There's always science in everything we do, including in religion. There's always science. At least I know that in the Catholic Church, for somebody to be a saint, it takes a whole process. Even before we became Christians and we became Catholics, our people have always had their own ways of doing things, including these various, model things, images. We have always had it. Yes, before 2,000 years ago, we have always had images, because these images help us as things of focus, in our worship patterns, so that people should not, what do we have? Your last message to the listener or viewer today?
Okay, well, my last message is simple. When conversations like this come to table, please, it is important to maintain an open mind. If you are having that engagement, we talked about constructive engagement a moment ago. It's very important. It is key to appreciating the things of life. There are so many mysteries. There are so many things we don't know. But the important thing is, when we have conversations like this, don't come from the perspective of bias, from the perspective of sentiments. Just keep your mind open, have clear conversations, debates on these things, and when you spot superior arguments, yield to that. That is what makes a knowledgeable person.
Okay. Yeah, the peace and conflict man. How do you make this world a better place?
How we can make it a better place is that I'm not against images. Whatever images we create in your soul or in your being, let it be an image that tallies with the golden rule. Okay. Do unto others, I wish others do unto you. Good. And this will be a peaceful world. Okay. Because most of the conflicts we have today is like intolerance. Whenever you're intolerant of mine, you make the greatest statement about a religion, I will not be happy with you. Okay. We know that no religion is superior to the other. Okay. So, live your life in tandem with the golden rule. Okay. Do unto others, I wish others do unto you. So, whatever image you are using, the greatest image you can have is in your mind. Good. Create Jesus in your mind. Okay. Create your good ancestor in your mind. Good. Then let it be peaceful ancestors. Let it be peaceful sense. But having the values of true peace, not graveyard peace. Okay. And this will be a better place to live.
Okay. So I think with that, we will thank God again for today, hoping that we meet again, in the next couple of days. We thank Reverend Father Benjamin Achi, and we also thank our brother Mazi Nemeka Gabriel Anechukwu.
we celebrate with you. When we go out, you are going to tell us how we are going to celebrate today.
No problem.
Today that
I know Christians don't drink now. You are a very big Christian. You don't drink.
So, and with that, we thank God and we hope to see better days ahead. Thank you.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
na mbụ ọja m na-asị ekekele ụwa na ọkwa ọja ekenekwa gị na eluigwe na ala na-ekene gị na urukpuru na kpakpando na-ekene gị na ugwu na ndịna na-ekene gị maka ka onye si eme ka ekwe si akpụ ya ka onye si eme ka ọja si akpụ ya ihe a bụ Aneke TV.
Ibe anyị ekele m ọ ji kwana ihe eji agọ ndụ ndụ a na-atọka onye anabara nke ya na onye agwọ ibe anyị adịnọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịrụfụta nwere ya ị mara na nsogbu riri ya Olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene gị na-ekene gị maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya mara na ihe adịka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịla anyị mma ọ ya dịla onye ọ na mma edikwazi ọgbaghị nọ ya ahịa na-anọdụ na n'Igbo eke oyi nkwọ awụ na ọdọmma ndị be anya onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie tipụtara anyị na-ere nke
na be anyị amechi na ọ bụ ọkụ na anọ anyị adawo aga ọjị a na-awa ha abịa ji na ọjị na-eke ịkya na a na-agụ ya a na-ejide ọjị na-eka nri ana m erachi ihe kere ihe na ihe wara ihe Chineke nna kere enu ke anụ ana m akpọku ndị ezigbo mmadụ niile nọchawọrọ ndụ na-amechi ọkụ na-anọ na anụ ọkụ na-anọ na anụ Nkanụ na anụ Nta Egbe na-ese na anụ Enugu steeti na-asị biko na ọ bụ ha metere ihe ọma ka anyị na-asị ha gbadata ha bịa tara ọjị. Anyị na-asị Eke ka Eke ketere anyị ihe ọma, anyị na-asị Ahwọ ka Ahwọ ghọtara anyị ihe ọma, anyị na-asị Nkwọ ka Nkwọ kwọtara anyị ihe ọma, anyị na-asị Orie ka Orie riotere anyị ihe ọma. Ihe ndị a niile ka anyị na-arịọ nna sị ka ị bịa mere anyị, wetere anyị udo n'ala Igbo, wetere anyị udo n'ala Naịjirịa, wetere anyị ịhụnanya, wetere anyị ọganihu, wetere anyị ihe niile bụ ihe na-eme obodo adị mma. Nna biko ihe ndị a ka anyị na-arịọ, kwetewo n'imeworo anyị karịa ka anyị rịọrọ n'ịhwa Chineke nna kere enu ka ana bụ Chukwu okike abịama.
Ndị be anyị ọjị abịa, anyị na-ekene osebụlụ ụwa, ekene Chukwu okike nna ketara anyị oge kere igwe ka anyị na-ata ọjị, anyị chọrọ iwe ọjị, ị na-awa n'otu awa n'ibe, asị ka ị goziela anyị taa ka ihe ọma hụkwa gwute anyị na-akpọke ndị nna nna anyị ha bụ abụ ndị mere ọhụma. Goziela anyị Eke, gozie Orie, gozie Nkwọ, mee ka ndị ọbụla na-agagharị na-achọghị ha ga-eri, mee ọhụma na ndị sokwa ụzọ ọtọ, ndị kwụkwara ụzọ na-eje n'ụzọ kwụrụ ọtọ, soro ka iwu Chukwu ji wee dị. Chukwu na anyị siri ka anyị wụọ gị a kata nde udo na ọgụ na-aga m n'ihu ka ọ dịrị anyị mma. Ndewo. Anyị na-ewepụta ile ọjị na-egosi ụmụnna anyị, okenye na-awa ọjị, ndị ọzọ na-awa ọjị, enye ile ọjị nsọfụrụ, maka na ebe a nọ na ile ọjị a ka eji ama eziokwu. Iweta ọjị onye ọzọ na-asa ile, ọ ga-eji na-ekwu eziokwu. Onye sara ile weta ile ọjị were na-ekpe ekpere were na-aga ọghọ, ọ ga-ekwuneta eziokwu. Ọjị a anyị na-enye nsọfụrụ. Ọjị ruo ịnọ otu a ata ya, o ruo ise atakwa ya, mana o bido ruo na asaa ịma na ị ga-egbu anụ, ị ga-egbu ọkụkọ.
Igwe maka na ọ magoro okwu izizi igwe nwanụ jeke elu ya aka abịa zọrọ igwe n'igwe.
Obodo ọlọkwa ebe nwa ya ji
I am Aneke.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Close your eyes. Let the years roll back. Echoes of the past, taking you back in time, where every story shines like a sweet old rhyme. From classic hits to faces we've missed, from golden days to timeless bliss. It's not just memories, it is a journey through the moment that made us. Echoes of the Past, the stories that last, on your Throwback Thursday, bringing back the past. Only here on Aneke TV, where yesterday lives again. Hello and welcome to Echoes of the Past on Aneke TV. I am Amaka Neji. In the dusk of a July evening in 1934 in Ake, Abeokuta, a child was born who would grow to haunt tyrants, provoke regimes and break the complacency of generations. He was named Akinwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka, but soon the world would know him simply as Wole. His life would be a continuous negotiation between tradition and revolt, myth and reality, the spirit and the state. From his earliest days, he was insatiably curious. A small boy, he would slip into his father's study at night and read newspapers by lamplight, pressing the margins of colonial dispatches with urgent questions. His mother, Grace, would scold him. "You will kill me with your questions." Yet, those queries became his instrument of life. That duality, reverence for the spirit, insistence on justice, became Soyinka's mode. Wole Soyinka's father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was an Anglican minister and headmaster. Through him, young Wole absorbed the discipline of rhetoric Christian education, but through his mother, Grace, he felt the winds of Yoruba tradition, activism and commerce. His maternal side, Jenkins Harrison lineage, had Eurasian strands. Thus, in many ways, Wole inhabited a borderland between Christian modernity and Yoruba cosmology. One anecdote rarely told is that one evening, his grandfather summoned him to observe a divination ritual under a boab tree. Wole, aged perhaps 8, watched the priest toss kola nut and invoked Ogun. The priest paused, looked at Wole's wide eyes and whispered, "Your path will be between iron and fire." Whether prophecy or theatrics, Wole never forgot it. In his memoir, Ake, he recounts the local revolt against a women's tax. Led by his mother's circle, and how that first public political moment lodged itself in his psyche. At primary school in Abeokuta and then Government College Ibadan, Wole was never content with rote lessons. He debated teachers. At Ibadan, he read Greek tragedies and Yoruba oral epics with equal zeal, noting how Oedipus and Ogun share themes of blindness, sacrifice and regeneration. That juxtaposition, the bend of his sax solo influences in 1957, later staged in 1959. It addresses racial identity by showing 7 South African men trying to produce a foolproof method of racial categorization. In a curious anecdote, Soyinka's roommate in Leeds once disciplined him for overwriting a love letter with mythic allusions. Wole responded, "No love is simple, even that letter must bleed metaphor." That romantic intensity, the mixture of myth and flesh, became his signature tone. In 1960, he returned to Nigeria on the Rockefeller bursary to study African drama, teach and produce plays. He founded his first theatre company, the 1960 Max, staging a dance of the forest to mark independence. Later in 1964, he founded the Orisun Theatre Company, producing and acting in his plays. In the early 1960s, Soyinka's energy was relentless. He directed, acted, produced, lectured, mentored younger writers and often slept little. One former student recalls how Wole insisted on rehearsals at dawn because he believed that early sunlight sharpened actors' emotional clarity. That practice, passed in legend, likely shaped his tight pacing in ensemble plays. In 1965, the western region of Nigeria, political tensions brewed. The incumbent regional government was accused of falsifying election results. Soyinka, then teaching at the University of Ibadan, confronted that deceit in public broadcasts and lectures. One of the more dramatic stories, he once picked up a radio transmitter reportedly at gunpoint and threatened to broadcast the true results himself, unless the state released accurate tallies. This act of audacity circulated as rumor in Lagos intellectual circles. Many doubted whether it truly happened. The more cautious accounts say he appeared at the radio station with a press pass and a bullhorn, demanding integrity. But among his closest young dramatists, the gunpoint version gives him the aura of a rebel actor holding aloft truth. He was arrested, held briefly and later released following an international protest by rioters such as Norman Mailer and Williams Byron. In 1967, at the start of the Nigerian Civil War, Soyinka called publicly for a ceasefire. Because of that, he was accused of assisting the Biafran cause and was arrested. He was imprisoned for 22 months, held largely in solitary confinement in a cell measuring 4 by 8 feet. While behind bars, he wrote "The Man Died," prison notes, smuggled verses on toilet paper, and endured deprivation. At some point, prison guards, frustrated by his silence, placed a radio outside his cell and played loud propaganda. Soyinka responded by tapping mathematical rhythms on the walls, more like drum beats derived from Yoruba drumming, to relay a covert message to his cellmate, who then passed it outside. Whether myth or fact, this story circulates among dramatists as testament to his resilience. He was finally released in October 1969. After release, Soyinka briefly resumed positions at the University of Ibadan but left Nigeria into voluntary exile in Europe from 1970 to 1975. In that period, he edited Transition, Africa's influential intellectual journal. He also completed major works like Myth, Literature and the African World, and expanded his critical and theoretical reach. In 1986, Wole Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize in Literature. His Nobel Literature, The Past Must Address Its Present, was a scathing indictment of apartheid and a testament of writers' duty to challenge oppression. He dedicated the award to Nelson Mandela, but for Soyinka, the prize was a complex blessing. He famously said it imposed new expectations on him. The world would now regard him as property, expecting moral leadership everywhere. In subsequent years, Soyinka lectured and taught around the world: Cambridge, Yale, Harvard, Emory, Cornell. In 1994, under the dictatorship of Sani Abacha, his passport was confiscated, surveillance intensified, and his works were banned. He fled Nigeria on a harrowing route, 18 hours of continuous movement through unorthodox routes, what he later called a Rambo departure. While in exile, he became UNESCO Goodwill Ambassador for African culture, human rights, and freedom of expression. In 1997, He's the Open Soul of a Continent, a personal narrative of the Nigerian crisis, was published and banned in Nigeria. He was also formally charged with treason under the Abacha regime. Charges later dropped after Abacha's death. Back in Nigeria, Soyinka never ceased to criticize, provoke, satirize. His 2002 play King Babu, in the manner of Alfred Jarry's Wubu Roy, is a blistering satire of dictatorship, corruption and absurdity. In 2021, after nearly 50 years, he published a new novel, Chronicles from the Land of the Happiest People on Earth, lampooning power, corruption and spiritual hypocrisy in modern Nigeria. His memoirs, You Must Set Forth at Dawn, and the multi-volume autobiographical works give glimpses of his family, his inner conflicts, his exile and return. One poignant personal detail, though notoriously private about his family: he once dedicated a memoir to his stoically resigned children and his wife Adefolake, acknowledging their endurance through dislocations. In 2024, a feature film adaptation of The Man Died, directed by Awam Ampa and produced by Femi Odugbemi, is slated to premiere in Lagos and London in his honor. Outside writing, Soyinka has sometimes indulged a private passion for nighttime bird listening and batwalks around his forested property. He once claimed that the sound of a distant bat's membranous wing suggested to him a line of verse. The night soft hum seals speech's urgency. This anecdote is recounted by a longtime assistant. Wole Soyinka is not a perfect man. He has been fiercely controversial. He has bruised relationship, yet what unites the many moods of his life? Poet, playwright, professor, prisoner, exile is this: a commitment to speech, to refusing silence in the teeth of tyranny. In his famous line, "The man dies in all who keep silent in the face of tyranny," he encapsulates his mission not as a savior but as one who insists that the world must hear. He fused Yoruba cosmology and Greek tragedy. He wielded satire, myth, essay and drama. He survived prison, exile, surveillance. He became for Africa a lighting rod, sometimes loved, sometimes feared, always compelling. And perhaps that prophecy under the Boab moving between iron and fire was not mere myth, Wole Soyinka's life has been forged in confrontations of power, in burning questions. We can see now, he did not simply inhabit the age, he moved it. And that's all we have for you today on Echoes of the Past on Aneke TV. Join us next time, same station. My name is Amaka Nechi.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles, such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ndụ a na-atọka onye anabara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adị nọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịrụfụta nwere ya ịmara na nsogbu rere ya Olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene na-ekele maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya mara na anyị adị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịla anyị mma ndị be anyị onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị ga-enye ndị ichie tipụtara anyị na-ere nke
na mbụ ọja m na-asị ekekele ụwa na ọkwa ọja ekenekwa gị n'eluigwe na ala na-ekene gị na urukpuru na kpakpando na-ekene gị na ugwu na ndịna na-ekene gị maka ka onye si eme ka ekwe si akpụ ya ka onye si eme ka ọja si akpụ ya ihe a bụ Aneke TV.
Ibe anyị ekele m ọ ji wụ kwana ihe eji agọ ndụ ndụ a na-atọka onye anabara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adịnọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịrụfụta nwụrụ ya ị mara na nsogbu riri ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene gị na-ekene gị maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya mara na ya adịka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịla anyị mma ọ ya dịla onye ọ na mma edikwazi ọgbaghị nọ ya ahịa na-anọdụ n'ala Igbo eke oyi nkwọ awụ na ọdọ mma ndị be anya onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị ga-enye ndị ichie tipụtara anyị na-ere nke
na be anyị amechi na ọ bụ ọkụ na anọ anyị adawo aga ọjị a na-awa ha abịa ji na ọjị na-eke ịkya na a na-agụ ya a na-ejide ọjị na-eka nri ana m erachi ihe kere ihe na ihe wara ihe Chineke nna kere enu ke anụ ana m akpọkụ ndị ezigbo mmadụ niile nọchawọrọ ndụ na-amechi ọkụ na-anọ na anụ ọkụ na-anọ na anụ Nkanụ na anụ Nta Egbe na-ese na anụ Enugu steeti na-asị biko na ọ bụ ha metere ihe ọma ka anyị na-asị ha gbadata ha bịa tara ọjị. Anyị na-asị Eke ka Eke ketere anyị ihe ọma, anyị na-asị Ahwọ ka Ahwọ ghọtara anyị ihe ọma, anyị na-asị Nkwọ ka Nkwọ kwọtara anyị ihe ọma, anyị na-asị Orie ka Orie rutere anyị ihe ọma. Ihe ndị a niile ka anyị na-arịọ nna sị ka ị bịa mere anyị, wetere anyị udo n'ala Igbo, wetere anyị udo n'ala Naịjirịa, wetere anyị ịhụnanya, wetere anyị ọganihu, wetere anyị ihe niile bụ ihe na-eme obodo adị mma. Nna biko, ihe ndị a ka anyị na-arịọ, kwetewo na imeworo anyị karịa ka anyị rịọrọ n'ịhwa Chineke nna kere enu ka ana bụ Chukwu okike abịama.
Ndị be anyị ọjị abịa, anyị na-ekene osebụrụ ụwa, ekene Chukwu okike nna ketara anyị oge kere igwe ka anyị na-ata ọjị, anyị chọrọ iwe ọjị, ị na-awa n'otu awa n'ibe, asị ka ị goziere anyị taa ka ihe ọma hụkwa gwute anyị na-akpọku ndị nna nna anyị ha bụ ndị mere ọhụma, goziere anyị Eke, gozie Orie, gozie Nkwọ, mee ka ndị ọbụla na-agagharị na-achọghị ha ga-eri, mee ọhụma na ndị sokwa ụzọ ọtọ, ndị kwụkwara ụzọ na-eje n'ụzọ kwụrụ ọtọ, soro ka iwu Chukwu ji wee dị. Chukwu na anyị si ka anyị wụọ gị a tata nde udo na ọgụ na agamnihu ka ọ dịrị anyị mma. Ndewo. Anyị na-ewepụta ile ọjị na-egosi ụmụnna anyị, okenye na-awa ọjị, ndị ọzọ na-awa ọjị, enye ile ọjị nsọfụrụ, maka na ebe a ọ na ile ọjị a ka eji ama eziokwu. Iweta ọjị onye ọzọ na-asa ile, ọ ga-eji na-ekwu eziokwu. Onye sara ile weta ile ọjị were na-ekpe ekpere were na-aga ọhụụ, ọ ga-ekwuneta eziokwu. Ọjị a anyị na-enye nsọfụrụ. Ọjị lụọ ịnọ otu a ata ya, o ruo ise atakwa ya, mana o bido ruo na asaa ịma na ị ga-egbu anụ, ị ga-egbu ọkụkọ.
igwe maka na ọ magoro okwu izizi na igwe nwa anụ jeke elu ya aka abịa zọrọ igwe ka
obodo ọlọkwa ebe nwa ya ji
Good afternoon and welcome to the News at 3 on Aneke TV. First, let's look at stories making the headlines. Germany and Nigeria forge deeper ties in youth development and grain industry. General Musa retires after 39 years, declaring Nigeria's security strong. Court battle deepens as Omo Bayo accuses Edo government of contempt and intimidation. Taraba Assembly gives Kefas full backing amid APC defection. Anambra government slams opposition over misleading vote buying allegations. I am Amaka Nichi. Now the news in details. Germany and Nigeria are set to strengthen cooperation on youth skills, entrepreneurship and industrial development as a delegation from the German Chamber of Industry and Commerce, Gessen Friedberg, visits Nigeria from November 2 to 14. The mission, led by Dr. Matthias Leder, will meet with key ministries and private sector leaders to expand vocational training partnerships and explore new opportunities in trade, technology transfer, and grain industry development. Dr. Leder said the initiative builds on 2 decades of collaboration aimed at tackling youth unemployment through Germany's dual vocational training model, which combines classroom learning with practical apprenticeship. He highlighted that the partnership has already boosted technical education and business competitiveness in Nigeria, adding that empowering local chambers to manage training and certification will ensure long-term success. The visit also honors former Minister of Information Alhaji Lai Mohammed for helping elevate German-Nigerian relations to a strategic level in recent years. Leader reaffirmed Germany's commitment to Nigeria's economic transformation, stressing that collaboration between government, industry, and institutions remains key to creating jobs and sustainable growth. Nigeria's immediate past Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, has formally retired after 39 years of service, declaring that the nation's security remains in capable hands. Speaking during his pulling out parade in Abuja, the retired general described his exit as both emotional and historic, marking the end of nearly 4 decades dedicated to peace and stability. Musa thanked President Bola Tinubu, the armed forces and Nigerians for their support, pledging continued loyalty to the nation. He urged officers to remain professional and united in defending Nigeria's territorial integrity, reminding them that defeat is temporary, but victory is forever. The former CDS also paid tribute to his wife and children for their sacrifices and appreciated all security agencies and the media for their cooperation during his tenure. Musa concluded by saying he may be leaving active duty, but will never retire from his love for Nigeria. Victims of a recent demolition in Tudun, Wada, Shandem, a local government area of Plateau State, have taken their protest to Abuja, accusing former Commissioner for Land Festus Fonta of sponsoring hoodlums to destroy their homes under police protection. The angry residents gathered at the National Assembly, the Ministry of Police Affairs, and the Office of the Inspector General of Police, demanding justice and government intervention. Protest leader Issa Mohammed said the attackers arrived at dawn, tearing down houses despite a pending court appeal over the land dispute. He alleged that policemen escorted the hoodlums during the operation. Another resident, Danladi Abdullahi, lamented that homes worth millions were destroyed, urging the federal government to investigate the incident. Founta denied any involvement, claiming his family merely filed a civil suit over ownership of the land. Plateau State spokesperson DSP Alabo Alfred said the command was unaware of the demolition but promised to investigate. Former Deputy Governor of Edo State, Marvelous Omobayo, has petitioned the Inspector General of Police over alleged threats of arrest from the state government following an ultimatum to return official property in his possession. In a letter dated October 28 and copied to key security agencies, Omobayo accused the government of acting in contempt of court, saying the legitimacy of his tenure as Deputy Governor is still before the Court of Appeal in Abuja. He faulted a press release from Governor Monday Okpebolo's chief press secretary, Fred Itua, which described him as an illegitimate deputy governor and warned of possible arrest if he failed to comply within a week. Omobayo urged the police not to be used as political tools, insisting that no court order has stripped him of his entitlements or declared his term illegal. He maintained that any attempt to seize his benefits or properties before the court's verdict would amount to self-help and contempt of court. The Taraba State House of Assembly has passed a vote of confidence in Governor Agbu Kefes, commending his leadership, peace restoration and development efforts. Lawmakers highlighted his impact on security, enabling farmers to return to their land, and praised the unprecedented increase of the state's minimum wage from 18,000 naira to 70,000 naira. They also lauded initiatives in education, healthcare, youth empowerment and infrastructure, including free basic education and payment of students' exam fees. Meanwhile, the governor's defection to the APC has been hailed by his special advisor on legal matters, Barrister Sani Mark, as a strategic move to boost development and align Taraba with federal initiatives, despite opposition from the APC Youth Council. Mark commended the state and zonal APC leaders for their support, describing Kefes as a patriot prioritizing Taraba's growth over politics. And this news broadcast is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Germany, Nigeria forged deeper ties in youth development and green industry. General Musa retires after 39 years, declaring Nigeria's security strong. Court battle deepens as Omobayo accuses Edo government of contempt and intimidation. Still to come in the news, Anambra government slams opposition over misleading vote buying allegations. Delta community in opera over shocking humiliation of alleged thieves. Cross River to tackle diabetes head-on in 2026 budget. Please stay with us.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV. Or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
You're still watching the news at 3 on Aneke TV. Now we'll bring you the rest of the news. The Anambra State government has dismissed claims that Governor Chukwuma Soludo engaged in vote buying ahead of the November 8th governorship election, even as his campaign continues to gain strong grassroots support across the state. In a statement, Press Secretary Christian Aburima said the governor's recent comment about rewarding performing APGA words was misinterpreted by opposition figures. According to him, the remark was aimed at motivating party canvassers to increase voter turnout, not to induce votes. In politics worldwide, parties reward canvassers for hard work. This is not vote buying, Aburime clarified, stressing that Soludo remains committed to free, fair and transparent polls. The clarification came shortly after communities in Orumba North and South local government areas donated a combined 225 million naira to support Soludo's re-election bid. During campaign stops in Ajali and Umonze, Soludo praised the gesture, 75 million naira from Orumba North and 150 million naira from Orumba South, describing it as a divine project and a people-driven movement. Addressing thousands of supporters, the governor highlighted his administration's achievements in infrastructure, healthcare and education, urging voters to avoid invalid ballots and turn out en masse on election day. This is a homecoming for me, Soludo said. With your votes, we will accelerate development across Anambra and continue building a society where everyone can excel. Party leaders, including former Deputy Governor Emeka Sibudu and Lady Ifeoma Ikweme, reaffirmed their confidence in Soludo and the All Progressives Grand Alliance, APGA, insisting that the party remains dominant in Orumba. Residents of Enwe Kingdom in Isoko South Delta State have accused the community monarch son Larry Eduvier Ifekoda and the local vigilante chairman Lawrence Okori of humiliating suspected thieves by stripping and parading them naked in public. According to locals, victims, including a young woman accused of phone theft, were allegedly taken to the palace, stripped and paraded across the community. Sources claim the vigilante leader was later arrested and remanded in Okere prison, while the monarch's son, initially detained, was allegedly free through his mother's influence. Community members are now demanding justice, calling on police authorities, human rights groups, and the Inspector General of Police to intervene, accusing powerful figures of trying to suppress the case. Efforts to reach the monarch's son and his mother, Betty Efekoda, for comment were unsuccessful as their phones remain unreachable. The Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, ACPN, has accused several federal health institutions of running illegal drug distribution schemes through unregistered private pharmacies. National Chairman Pharmacist Eze Ambrose Igwekama condemned what he called lawless pharmaceutical practices carried out under public-private partnership PPP arrangements, allegedly with the approval of some hospital management and regulatory bodies. Eze faulted the Federal Ministry of Health for turning a blind eye, warning that such practices violate the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria Act and the Public Procurement Act. He said over 20 illegal pharmacy premises are operating nationwide, including in major hospitals like UCH Ibadan, National Hospital Abuja, and AKTH Kano. The ACPN gave affected pharmacists until December 2025 to regularize their operations or face disciplinary action in 2026. As it urged President Bola Tinubu to intervene, stressing that restoring legality and professionalism in drug distribution is key to solving Nigeria's recurring drug shortages. The Cross River State government plans to prioritize diabetes prevention and care in its 2026 budget, officials announced. Commissioner for Health, Dr. Henry Egbe Ayuk, said the initiative will include increased funding for diabetes treatment, community awareness campaigns, early diagnosis support, partnerships, and expanded health insurance coverage. Diabetes is common yet largely preventable, Dr. Ayuk said, urging residents to adopt healthy lifestyles, reduce sugar intake, exercise, and seek early diagnosis. The state also plans to renovate health facilities and strengthen monitoring to ensure effective delivery of diabetes. Dr. Ayuk stressed that Governor Bassey Otu's administration is committed to making healthcare more affordable and accessible for all Cross Rivians. In business, in Nigeria's parallel market, the US dollar is trading at 1,490 naira and 1,479 naira as of Friday, October 31, 2025. By comparison, the official rate from the central bank's NAFEM window stands at 1,444 naira per dollar, leaving a 45 naira to 50 naira spread between official and black market rates. Analysts say the higher parallel market rate reflects a tight dollar supply, stricter FX controls, and the risk premiums demanded by informal dealers. For importers, travelers, and Nigerians holding remittances in USD, this means paying more than the official rate. The naira has shown some stability lately, trading between 1,480 naira to 1,490 naira. But any tightening of dollar supply or speculative activity could push rates higher again. Buyers should expect to pay around 1,490 naira per dollar, while sellers may get about 1,470 naira, though rates vary by location and volume. In sports, Fanfaro Autofest CEO Olarewaju Adekunle said that motorsports can put Nigeria on the global sports map, just like football. Speaking ahead of the December 6th Autofest in Abuja, Adekunle highlighted the event's growth from 500 enthusiasts in Ibadan to over 20,000 followers nationwide. The festival blends auto drift, bike stunts, virtual reality gaming, and kart racing, featuring international drifters from Kenya and India. With a 10 million naira prize up for grabs, Adekunle stressed that the festival prioritizes youth engagement and empowerment over profit. Motorsport is a culture, a discipline, and a platform for young Nigerians to shine, he said. Abuja was chosen for its vibrant car culture, and Adekunle is confident the 2025 Autofest will be the biggest yet, cementing Nigeria's rising presence in global sports. In entertainment, relationship therapist Blessing CEO has erased alarms on social media, claiming she is in danger and her relationship with IVD. A video she shared shows a chaotic scene at home, suggesting she may be at risk and urgently needs help. Earlier this month, Blessing had called off her engagement to IVD, but later admitted the announcement was indeed to generate attention. The couple first sparked dating rumors in 2023 and became engaged in April 2025. Fans and followers have expressed deep concern for Blessing's safety as the situation continues to unfold. And that's all on the News at 3 on Aneke TV. Before we end the news, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Germany, Nigeria forge deeper ties in youth development and green industry. Court battle deepens as Omobayo accuses Edo government of contempt and intimidation. Taraba Assembly gives Kefas full backing amid APC defection. Anambra government slams opposition over misleading vote buying allegations. And that's the news at 3 p.m. For more updates and breaking stories, follow Aneke TV across all social media platforms or call 0703-043-711 for Eyewitness Report. On behalf of the producer, Chidema Sogwa, I am Amaka Nichi. Good afternoon and enjoy the rest of our broadcast.